Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. We are back. Week 10. Been a few weeks. Apologize. Had some technical difficulties last week. Was a little sick. But we're back. We got a little extra special show for you today.
Oh, yeah.
I'm excited. We normally talk about our redraft league, but we're going to go a little into the dynasty. We're going to talk about a bunch of stuff. There's a lot of overlap between our two leagues, so we're going to talk about dynasty. And yeah, Mike, how you doing today?
Doing great. That music is still blaring on, isn't it?
It's loud. I lowered it. We'll see. We'll see what it turns out like. It sounds better in my headphones, I guess, but we'll figure it out.
Good.
We'll get there.
I'm excited. We have not. There's only been one podcast or video made about this Dynasty League, and that was when it was first getting started. I did a video explaining the rules. It's like a 20-minute video with some text overlays and stuff going through the rules and everything of this.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, we have our redraft league, the main league that we do close to every other week podcasts on, if not weekly. And it's hard not to want to talk about this Dynasty League because, like you said, there's so much overlap. Like, I think somewhere near 10 out of the 14 people are in both leagues. So, and it's all through Sleeper. It's easy to kind of go back and forth between those leagues. So it's going to be fun to talk about this. I'd say in future years, don't be surprised if we do a before the season, mid-season, and kind of like end of season, off-season podcast. It won't be weekly. We don't got time for that. But it's going to be a lot of fun to go through and talk about some really good teams, some really dog shit teams that are in Dynasty, kind of give our opinions of that. You pumped, Hoppy?
I'm super pumped. You know, I like our layout. I think it's going to be a really fun show. A little different and interesting compared to what we normally do. So,
yeah, usually, so in the redraft, we kind of go through trades because there's always so many trades in that league. And then we go through and do the matchups, and just that alone takes you, the entire allotted time that we set up for these things. In this one, it's going to be a little different. So what we're going to do is, since we're mid-season, we're just going to go through the standings and kind of explain where teams are at, kind of get an overlook of how that is. Then we're going to talk about some of the big blockbuster trades that have gone down this season, give our thoughts on that. And then we've got some power ranking lists. And rather than just one power ranking top to bottom, we got 3 different categories. So the first one is going to be win now list, the top 6 win now teams. Then we have our top 6 future teams, dynasty outlook teams that have the best staying and coming power. And then my favorite list is the 6 clusterfucks, the top just train wreck teams that actually may not be 6, it might be 4. But we're going to go through those. And then afterwards, we're just going to go team by team and give our thoughts. I have a bold, I don't know if it's bold, but I believe there might be a team, even though there's 666, that's 18, and there's 14 teams. I think there could be a team that doesn't make any one of those lists, the honorary Jeff Fisher middle of the road team. So yeah, excited to go through that. And if tuning in to watch me and Hoppy talk forever wasn't exciting enough, we do have a special guest for the Dynasty who's going to go ahead, enter the room, and break us down with the standings.
Kyle Spitzer, welcome into the show. We love you. Everybody loves you.
And yes, for those of you who never see him, that is how his face actually looks.
I've never done one of these before, so I'm very excited.
First timer.
First time. So I looked online of what I should be doing because I don't know what I should be doing. So like when I'm not talking, what do I do? And they just made sure to say that you smile. So
yeah, you watch the Stooges at ESPN. That's what you do when you're not talking. You just smile and stare at the camera. So
I don't know what to do with my hands though. So
keep them down and smile. Or you can finger point. You can thumbs up or thumbs down.
How about this?
That's good.
Yeah.
You'll figure it out. This will be a 2-hour podcast. You can kind of figure it out as we go.
Well, I'm going to be talking for at least 90 minutes. So
I would expect that. That's why we waited to bring you in until now, so we could say
Smart.
something beforehand. So
smart.
you want to give us a rundown of the standings and how that looks right now?
Whoa, just going to pop my cherry right away, huh?
Mhm.
No lube.
Nope.
All right, perfect. I got the top 6 win now teams.
Nope.
And
Standings.
oh,
We're gonna do
standings.
standings
How do
first.
I do the standings?
I even explained this to you before we started this thing. This is
You did.
guys, he won't be back. Don't worry about this. We'll get through this one and it'll be fine.
Here are the standings. We got Dave at top. Dave was the champion last year, right?
Nope. Dave lost because DeMar Hamlin died on the field and then came back to life.
Well, so Donnelly won last year.
Yeah, that's what that little trophy next to his icon is. So
Oh.
Don won the fake asterisk first year of Dynasty. Congratulations, Don. No one cares.
He doesn't sound like a real winner to me.
It's about as exciting as the bubble championship for the Lakers. So
Yeah. Okay. Well, we got Ruby, who's kind of not come out of nowhere. He's in the championship last year, but he wasn't at the top until I think this week or the week prior.
This week is his first week.
Okay. Yep. And Donnelly, the champ, I guess, is at number 2. Jacqueline's team, number 3. And she's not come out of nowhere, but she was down at the bottom at the start of the year, I think.
I believe she started 0-4. I think she ripped off 12 straight wins. And the only reason that she lost the median this week was because of Austin Eckler's garbage touchdown at the end of the game when the defensive guy returned the ball to the 1 and then Eckler got the touchdown. That was just enough for Don to catapult ahead of her. Otherwise, those two would be switch swapped. No, Don will still be up because of points.
Okay.
Your usual top 3 for this league. That's kind of been your top 3 good teams.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that, but
It was last year. Like those 3 were at the top last
he's
year.
really defensive. Starting off nice and defensive in the morning. It's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we got the heterosexual life mates that are the pullout team, and Jeremy. I believe his name is pronounced Walden.
Yes, correct.
I believe the S is soft S.
Yeah, it's German.
Okay. Yep. So they're number 4. That's shocking. I think they were tanking at one point or pulling off players. So, yeah, that's a crazy one.
That
Got
just
yours-
shows how bad this league is that tanking teams could be in 4th. So,
Right. And you got the perpetual rebuild at 5.
Mhm.
So that's not a good sign either. That's me.
Yep.
You got Hoppy at 6, who looked like the front runner all year. And is he going to make the playoffs?
Yeah, on a bit of a slide right now.
Spitz, do you understand Hoppy's team name?
He explained it to me. I did not before.
Okay.
I'm not
We
going
won't
to
explain it for any viewers. Let's continue on. Google it if you want. You'll figure it out.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to explain it.
Not at work.
Yeah. You got Viceman at 7. He's right there trying to get the last playoff spot. And then you got, let's see here. That's J-Rod, Nick, Justin, and Patrick coming up. Still have a chance at it. Not looking too good for a couple of them, but they still have a chance of making the playoffs. And then at the bottom, you got the losers, I guess, starting with Michael,
Yeah.
Eric and Gartz, and Krill. So that's the standings.
We're kind of a shock at the bottom there, but
Who do you think's the shock?
Kirill just being last place, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's got a lot of star power, but
Yeah, I don't. Kind of a weird year for him. So
we'll get into that later.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll talk about Krill's team. Here's a question. From 8 to 11, because Pat's kind of had a falling from grace here. He was up in the playoff spot. Now he's out. If you had to choose a team from that 8 to 11 spot with best chance to make the playoffs still, who would you choose? And don't say Justin, because I don't want him to have hope because I have his draft picks.
Well, it's definitely not Justin for me.
Excellent. Good start.
No hope. No, it's not true. But I have Jared. He has Kyron coming back, if I remember right.
Yep.
the Howler could continue to be hot and maybe even hotter because his defense sucks.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to be passing all the time, and his receivers are good. So, and his tight end's good. So I guess I'd say Jared.
Hoppy, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm kind of was leaning that way. Nick's team's interesting too. DeAndre Hopkins kind of like reemergence really kind of piques my interest to see if that can keep trending. He's got a good matchup this week. Another Gus Edwards, also pretty solid. The main thing that kind of is like hindering him is just one QB, and it's Russell Wilson. So
Russ has been great this year,
Walker,
though.
Mike Evans, Jordan Addison, DeAndre Hopkins, Gus
Russell's
Edwards.
been great.
Like,
I know it's a surprising thing to hear and think, but like Hoppy, if you go pull up,
Russ has not been great.
go
Russ has
pull
not
up
been
Go pull it up. Go pull it
He's
up.
QB 15 on the year.
If
He's been solid, but not
if this was Russ's first year in Denver, it would be a very different mindset than going through and dealing with last year's just dumpster fire of Russ. Like, I think we look at him in a different light. I'm guilty of it too, but Russ has been much better, at least for fantasy. And even from just a pure statistic output, like he's had a decent, he's not elite. Don't hear what I'm not saying, but he's not awful like he was last year. Like, he's putting up numbers, and that team, Denver sucks. They are just if we had a clusterfuck franchise list, they would have to be in there. Because they're
100%. Real question though for you, for both of you, Jordan Love or Russell Wilson, which would you rather have?
Ooh.
From what standpoint? Dynasty?
In Dynasty.
Are we talking this year or going?
Just
Dynasty.
in general, like that. Just
On your Dynasty team. So this year plus future years.
I would personally go with Russell Wilson. I do not think Jordan Love is going to be the starter throughout the year next year. I think that they'll draft somebody and they'll transition out of Jordan Love next year.
Hoppy, if that trade is sitting in your inbox, you should accept it mid-podcast.
That was a question. Okay.
Jordan Love is awful. That's been my stance for a long time. Nothing's changed about that. He had a good preseason. You know what else did? Kenny Stinkett and the Steelers. Like, preseason doesn't matter. That's a good reminder that someone looks good in preseason. Who cares? Love is trash. The Packers are trash. And because Love is so bad, you can light all your Packers on fire too, because they're all worthless. Which is sad because Christian Watson, he's a talent. Like, he's athletic at the very least. But yeah, that offense is awful. And Russ, when you pull it up and you look at his numbers, it's better than you think.
Jordan Love currently QB 14.
I don't
Russ,
care.
QB 15. Both have had a bye week.
Give me Jordan Love's last 3 games. How's that been? Like, early on in the season,
about the same as Russell Wilson.
Early on in the season, he was throwing a touchdown. He was throwing like 3 touchdowns a week, which wasn't going to sustain. He had a 50. We've talked about this in the other podcast. He has one of the lowest completion percentages in the league. Like, that catches up to you eventually.
Yeah, I think it's going to continue to get worse for Jordan Love. I really do. And like I said, I don't think he'll be there throughout the year next year. Denver, I mean, with Sean Payton, they start out the year or the games, pretty much every game pretty well. And he has a good game plan set up, and then it just kind of gets worse and worse from then on. But at least he's got something there. And Jordan Love, I don't like it. I don't like him.
Russ has a much better chance to be the starter.
They're right next to each other in the QB standings, so I was curious to hear your opinions.
Yeah, I think Russ has a better chance to be the starter next year for his team than Jordan Love does. I don't think either guy is going to be the starter 3 to 4 years from now. So it's not like you're buying into this huge window for Russ. I don't think that's the case, but it wouldn't be a trade that makes sense because you're win now, and Nick's always trying to win, but I think his team would benefit from kind of pulling back and trying to build for the future. So,
all right, should we kind of move into power rankings a little bit? I'm interested to hear trades. Oh yeah, we'll go to trades first. Well, the number one trade that we just had, or at least the biggest one anyway, was Eric and Don making a pretty decent sized trade here. Don sent Devon A-Chain, Marvin Mims, and a first rounder to get Jamar Chase and a 2024 third rounder. So my third round pick.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on this, guys? This is a pretty big trade. Huge trade.
It's a huge trade. I don't like the trade for Gartz.
You see Spitz getting bashful here because he doesn't want to go on record of bashing how bad these trades. Welcome to the podcast, buddy.
Sure. I don't like it for Gartz and Eric, and this trade 100% depends on what you think of A-Chain, right? If you think A-Chain's a star and is going to be a star and is going to be healthy, then it's not bad. I don't think. But in my opinion, I'm not that high on A-Chain. Obviously, he's played great when he's been in, but he's a 180-pound guy, and I don't think he's going to stay healthy at all. And if he doesn't, then this isn't a good trade. Pat's pick looking like it's going to be like right around pick 4 or 5. That's not bad at all. But you're trading a receiver that's going to be a top flight receiver for, I don't know, 10 more years. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, Poppy, give your take, and then I'll chime in last here.
Yeah, I didn't love it at first. Number one, I don't really like the idea of Don's team getting slightly better at the moment. Getting Jamar Chase is like a huge thing. He's in a very like win now window as well. But I don't think it's as bad for Eric's team as it seems. I'm not like extremely high on A-Chain, but getting that first round pick, we're in a QB class that's going to be like bonkers, right? So like if your team needed a QB, this is kind of the year, and you have your pick of the litter. There's about 5 to 6 QBs coming out this year that can all be potential starters moving forward. So I don't think it's as bad as a trade for Eric as maybe initially. The Marvin Mims thing, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know why he's not in more. Every time he gets the ball, he's electric, but they throw to him like twice a game. So if he can be more involved, I can see this being a little bit more even. But ultimately, I just don't like the idea of Don's team getting a little bit better. Like he's already got a really solid team. Even with my slide recently, me and him have been the top 2 scorers all year. So adding a piece like Jamar Chase is going to like really push his team to the top, and it's not great. We really want Don to win another championship this year, that
damn Donley. Everybody hates him.
Yeah. Yep. He must enjoy watching these podcasts, because I would feel good about myself at this point. I'll chime in and give some thoughts. So Hoppy's right that it's a strong quarterback class, as long as, Dion allows some of these guys to declare for the draft, because he doesn't let his son declare. So maybe maybe his power over other quarterbacks and won't let them declare too. But here's the thing is, if you look at Thunder Thighs, the strength of their team, especially now that Chase is gone, is their quarterbacks. They have Jalen Hurts and Deshaun Watson. So if they were a team like, let's say Jared's team that needs, like Jared has Sam Howell and Mac Jones, who are both currently starters, but no one's really excited. I mean, maybe you're excited about Howell's upside. No, Mac Jones is as liked as Donley. So it's not good by his teammates, the rest of the league, people that, enjoy football. So that's what that is. So the having the high draft capital for a team that's already set up at quarterback isn't as valuable, unless their plan is just to take these good QBs and trade them for like skill position players, which probably will be some sort of that. I think the part of this trade that frustrates me as a bottom team is, by them getting rid of Chase, their tank job is like, they've done a great job of tanking here, because Chase is a big, boom, fantastic player. Do I think they should have got more for Chase? Yes. Getting a guy like Marvin Mims makes sense when you're essentially, the those bottom three teams should all be. Krill isn't taking because of his picks, but me and Thunder Thighs, we're definitely not trying to win this year. We're setting our best lineups, but we're not hoping our team wins because we want the draft capital. And getting a guy like Mims is great because I do think he's a talented player. For whatever reason, Sean Payton won't play him. So you have a guy that has future upside, but won't get any points this year likely. A-Chain, I've never been an A-Chain guy. He's proven me wrong that he's better than I thought he would be, but he's still 150 pounds wet, and it doesn't rain enough in Miami for him to get to that point. So he gets injured. He's going to be injured all the time. He's a big boom bust player, and giving up Chase, you want to get more. However, Pat's pick, like Pat was looking like a mid-tier, and he's falling from the graces. You could have a top 3 pick from Pat. And if you get all that, maybe it ends up being okay. I wish Chase wouldn't have gone to Don, and I think they could have got more, but I get why they did it. So that's the Chase trade. Let's jump next to a trade that was done between Vice and the Heteros. Jonathan Taylor for CJ Stroud. That was a big trade that happened. And there's more pieces than
that trade was after week 3 or 4.
Yeah, scroll up. That was a mid-season one. Keep going. There it is. Right there.
All
right. So it was Jeremy gets Drake London and CJ Stroud. And remember, Daniel Jones wasn't hurt at the time. Gives up Daniel Jones, Jacoby Myers, and Jonathan Taylor. Hoppy, you want to give your thoughts on this one, or you want to have Spitz go first?
I'll give my thoughts on this one. Okay. I don't think this is a great trade for Vice. I'm not really sure. I haven't really dissected his team like a whole lot. But his,
he's not on the cluster top list for
he's got Dak, and then he's got Gardner. But getting rid of Stroud, who is looking like he is going to be the dude moving forward. Not just for being good in Houston, but just like overall. They're several years away from being like playoff relevant. They're going to be playing from behind a lot. He's going to throw a lot. Just set the rookie yard record, breaking Andrew Luck's record, 5 touchdowns. I mean, he's looking like the real deal. So trading him away, I think, is not great. Now, getting Jonathan
fairness here too. Little context to this trade. So this trade was made end of September. So to go back in time here, Drake London and the Falcons were a struggling passing offense, and you didn't know what was going on there. CJ Stroud showed some promise. He played well in his game, so he was looking good, but he hadn't quite ascended to the level he's at now with that huge 5 touchdown week we're just coming off of. Daniel Jones was in a struggling Giants offense, but he was still healthy and still the starter, and they played some tough defense, so you thought maybe there was some upside with Dable and company. Jonathan Taylor was just about ready to come back and be unlocked for fantasy and thoughts, and Jacoby Myers was killing it. So just a little context.
But I don't know what his QB situation was when this happened, if he had somebody else, but he has Gardner Minshew as his second QB. So to me, that just seems like, regardless of if Stroud wasn't fully unlocked, which he was still throwing for like 300 plus yards every week, I don't see it as a great trade getting rid of Stroud in a league that values quarterbacks so much more than any other position. And Jonathan Taylor is going to be great. Daniel Jones, I think like the idea getting Daniel Jones in this trade was that obviously, number one, he wouldn't get hurt and he would play better than he had been playing. Somewhere in that, like I had to start Daniel Jones last year in a different league because of the Jalen Hurts injury, and he got me to the championship, and then I ultimately won that league. So maybe he was hoping for like that level of play from Daniel Jones, but the Giants have not shown any level of offensive capability like they were at the end of last season. So I don't really like it that way. Jacoby Myers is just kind of like a throw-in piece there, I guess. So overall, getting rid of CJ Stroud, not really great. Who knows about Drake London? You know, I traded him in the offseason. It looked like a great trade. Now it's kind of looking like an okay trade. Arthur Smith just doesn't like to use his weapons, so it's hard getting him. But overall, I think losing Stroud is like a huge piece, and Vice being on a fringe playoff, like he could have probably used Stroud. He probably would be, you know, potentially in the running to make a run down the road.
In fairness, Arthur Smith does like to use his weapons, just not his good ones.
First off, I didn't like that trade the moment you made it. So I thought it was an awful trade. Not awful, but I thought it was bad. So I just wanted to say that. But this trade, I hated from the moment that it happened. You can't trade Stroud. You can't. He looked like a star quarterback at that time. You can't trade him. Even if London, who's a talented player in a bad situation, even if he wasn't there, I still don't like this trade. You can't get rid of him. Daniel Jones, he wasn't playing well. And, you know, I'm guessing Vice was thinking he's going to be there for 4 more years or 3.5 more years.
Yep. So
that was part of it. But he does have a buyout after next year. And they're not going to have, I mean, he's not going to be their quarterback, obviously, you know, after next year. I don't even think he's going to be the quarterback next year.
I think you're right.
Yeah. I didn't like this trade at all. It was an awesome trade for the head pros. So good for them. I mean, that was a fantastic trade.
Yeah. Looking at this, I did think this trade was even when it happened, which just goes to show how out of touch I am in Dynasty. Because it wasn't. And, you know, Jonathan Taylor is an exciting guy that you're – okay, here's the mindset is Vice was trying to buy low on Daniel Jones. He was buying low on Jonathan Taylor before he comes back and shows out. And he's selling high on Stroud because Stroud did look good at that time and taking a talented guy like London. Now, since this trade has happened, I think London's going to be fine, especially with Heineke there. Like, he will produce for this year. He's a talented player. In Dynasty, you want quarterbacks and wide receivers. So that's exactly what you got. What you don't want is running backs. That's exactly what like Vice got. Running backs age out quicker. And JT, as a Colts fan, as a guy that has him in redraft, JT since coming back this year has been a disappointment. JT entirely this year has been a disappointment. I do think there's brighter days ahead for him end of season. And JT should be good next year when there's Richardson and him running these read options and stuff. Should be a very fun offense to watch. But trading Stroud, like Stroud looks like he could be a top 5 quarterback.
10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Drake London, this trade, looking at it today, November 9th, I can say this is a dunking for Vice, like he did got dunked on. Now, and Spitz and others will look at this back on September 29th and say this was a stupid trade. I just think giving another month, we got a little more clarity here. And yeah.
And it was an awesome pick by Vice to pick Stroud in front of Bryce Young.
Mm-hmm.
Most people were picking Bryce Young in front of Stroud because he was drafted in front of him. So for Vice to make a bold pick, and it was the correct pick. So kudos up to him on that for sure.
Yeah,
I remember I had a lot of trade talks with him kind of going into that and really tried to get that pick. And I would have actually gone with Bryce Young. So kudos for him for keeping it and getting that. Sucks that he got rid of him so early.
And that's kind of
I don't know what he was thinking exactly. Like, I guess the Daniel Jones return, at the time might have seemed a little bit better, but
this leads into Puka trades, but the idea of rookies in Dynasty, trading them early on is very, very risky. And I'm sure this is why Spitz is just hanging on to Young and just hoping for brighter days ahead. But, I've made a couple of rookie trades here. Puka, I also traded Quentin Johnson. And if you trade him early and you're right, it's awesome. If you're wrong, it really sucks. Puka is a player in fantasy that is probably liked by 80% of the fantasy community. And I fucking hate him. I hate him so much because Puka went undrafted in the dynasty rookie draft. And I picked him up on the day after when waivers ran. I got him on the team before he was ever anything and watched him week 1 get, I think 15 targets, 11 catches, 15 targets or something, I believe. And then my dumbass goes ahead and trades him to Vice for Josh Downs, who's looked good. And I like Josh Downs. And I have to like him in part because I traded Puka for him. So there's a forced love that comes with that. And then 2 thirds, and who cares about the thirds? So that was me going, hey, 1 week, I'm going to trade high on Puka here. He won't get 15 targets every week. And he hasn't, but he's shown, in my opinion, he has staying power, and he should be a very good young receiver. So kind of like when Vice traded Stroud or Quentin Johnson or Charbonnet or Puka, all these rookies, when you trade them so early on, it's a pretty big gamble because you're not just trading the rest of this year, you're trading their entire careers.
Yeah. Puka
is a wide receiver 6 right now. And that's after coming off 2 bad weeks. So,
yeah. I was wrong on this. I thought this was a good trade for you, Mike, and obviously it has not been. I didn't know what to make of Puka. Sometimes even now, he has a bad game, and I'm still wondering what he is. So I'm probably way wrong on that. He doesn't flash as far as athleticism. I don't think. It seems to be open all the time, and he can catch the ball. So I don't really know what to make of that guy. I would think that if they would man him up and float some other coverage towards him, they could stop him, but it doesn't seem to be the case. So I don't know what to make of that guy, I guess.
And there's one other Puka trade too. Hoppy, if you scroll up a little bit, and this was I got Puka, traded him to Vice. Vice trades everybody, so Vice traded him to Pat. Yep, there it is. So this is the trade, because I think Puka for Josh Downs and some thirds, everybody knows I lost that. Great. This one, we can talk about a little bit. Hoppy, you want to give your thoughts? Pat got Ford and Puka, and Vice got Devontae Adams, and Najee Harris.
Yeah, I think this is actually a fairly even trade. Devontae Adams is a premier wide receiver in the league. Obviously having kind of a down year, but I think better times for him, the remaining part of his career, are going to be solid, but eventually he's going to disappear, and it's going to be sooner rather than later. But while he's here, he's going to be a star. So I think it's a solid trade for that. Najee, he's young. Who knows what happens? I do think he's kind of being forced into a committee backfield. But Jerome Ford is nothing to write home about. So
what's forcing him into the committee backfield? His lack of being a good running back?
Sorry, what was that?
What's forcing him into the committee backfield? His lack of being a good enough running back?
No, I meant Jaron Warren being better than him. I don't think Najee's bad, but what made Najee really great in fantasy was he was the workhorse back. He got all the work. He's getting 20 plus carries. He's getting a bunch of checkdowns. Now being, not that guy, and Warren really kind of showing a lot more explosiveness, but I don't think Warren is going to be the guy to just take over and then be the workhorse back. I think they're always going to have a committee backfield. So it probably does help Najee long-term, being that he won't just get worn down. He's not going to get rookie Najee touches where he's going to be out of the league in 3 years. You can't sustain that kind of workload. I don't care how good or not good you are. It's just insane to me. And, now that they've kind of splitting their time a little bit more even, Najee hasn't been as bad as he was when they initially got into their timeshare. So I think they're kind of finding their roles a little bit better, and he's been serviceable. Nothing insane, nothing really terrible. And Warren's also been serviceable. And again, nothing insane. So plus the youth in Najee, I think helps make this a little bit more even. Jerome Ford, it'll be irrelevant if, whatever. But the Puka thing, I guess, kind of makes it more even because Puka seems like he's going to be relevant for years. Kind of taking on like a Cooper Kupp role of I'm just going to get a ton of targets and I'm going to catch the ball and I'm going to go down. I'm not going to take these big hits. I'm going to be healthy. And that's kind of a key strategy. So,
yeah, it might have been a buy low on Najee. You're right. I like the trade for Pat, though. Like you said, Devontae's not going to be around most likely in 3 or 4 years. Puka, if he is what most people think he is, he's going to be around for 8 to 10 years and a fringe wide receiver 1. Jerome Ford, who knows? I mean, he's a guy who's been in the league. I think it's his 2nd year. He might be able to carve out a role, backup role, and, you might be able to insert him whenever the starter is there, and he could be big. So I like that trade for Pat.
Back when this trade happened, to me, this is Pat wins from a dynasty future aspect, and Vice won the trade from a
Agreed
redraft, rest of season, kind of push your chips in. However, I look at that now, and I think Pat just won on both things. So Puka is out. I have Devontae Adams in redraft. He's been dog shit. He has sucked. And you don't get Devontae Adams because there's brighter days ahead. You get Devontae Adams because he can dominate and win you games now. Devontae is 30. Running wide receivers hit this cliff. Like, he's a really good route runner, so maybe he'll be okay, but he's stuck over in Vegas on a team he doesn't really like that much with no strong quarterback play. What are they going to like? That team's probably going to win enough games that they won't get a great quarterback in the draft. I don't know what they're going to. They're sure Adams should be better. I was listening to the Footballers show from yesterday, and they said Adams over his last 5 games is on his season-long pace is like 550 yards and no touchdowns. Like, that's just awful. Just awful. So, and Jerome Ford has probably an equivalent, if not bigger role than Najee Harris this year. Jerome Ford is playing well enough that you got Nick Chubb coming back from a really bad leg injury. Like, Jerome Ford will, unless they shake it up, he'll be on the team next year. He might be the starter as they kind of ease Chubb back in. It might be kind of a split thing. Like, Najee Harris's role is as exciting as Kareem Hunt's role this year, which is not that exciting. Najee Harris is a young 25. He's 25 years old. Delvin Cook's 28, and he's out of the league. So you've got a couple years, and he's already having his workload be split because he's no longer, in my opinion, no longer good enough to be a premier bell cow back, because Tomlin has always wanted to do bell cow backs. That's what he does over there in Pittsburgh. He sees Najee, he's like, oh yeah, we can't do this. We got to split it up. So I think Pat wins this one kind of running away. Now, when it happened, it made sense, but we got 2 weeks of hindsight. So
Najee has outscored Jaylen Warren in 3 straight games.
Yeah, sure. That's great. Outscoring Warren.
But they are running back 30 and running back 29, respectively. So they're pretty much splitting it right down the middle.
Jerome Ford's running back 22.
Yep.
So, and he's 24. I don't know, with 1 year under his belt.
But when Nick Chubb comes back, they give all the work to Nick Chubb. Like, there is no other running back. Like, he's the guy. And it's not to say that, like you said, or like Spitz said, that he's carved out a role that he might be used a little bit more. But realistically, when Nick Chubb's back, he's the guy. If anything, Jerome Ford could go to another team and be a really solid, potentially bell cow back on another team. But Who knows?
So
And
I love Nick Chubb. He's a
if Vice has
fantastic.
a win now window, or that's what it seems like he's trying to do. He's trying to push all of his chips in for this year. I think it's a fine trade.
Yeah.
Because Puka slid off the last handful of games.
Yep. Made sense when it went down. Couple things. I love Nick Chubb. Love the player. Super talented. That's a bad leg injury. We'll have to see
really
how he comes back, when he comes back, and to what capacity workload wise he comes back. The other thing is Nick Chubb. I had Nick Chubb in redraft. Love the dude. Week 1, Jerome Ford had a 40% snap count. So that was fully healthy, ready to go. Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb has never really been a pass catcher. So that's kind of been like if he had pass catching, and he's okay at catching actually, but if he was a better pass catching back, he'd be a top, like the number 1 back candidate in fantasy. But Jerome Ford's strength is his pass catching. I don't think there's any way to say, I would not feel confident saying week 1 next year, it's going to be a 80% workload for Nick Chubb. I think that would be a very small chance of that being the case. Maybe by week 7, week 8, Nick Chubb's back up to 65, 70% snap count, but there's also the chance that Nick Chubb just doesn't recover correctly. So,
yeah, that was one of the worst knee injuries I've ever seen. I'm glad they didn't replay it, but thank you, Mike, for deep diving on Twitter for us and showing us about 3 to 4 different camera angles of how his knee just got completely obliterated.
He didn't even flinch, I don't think. Like, he didn't even make a face that it hurt, if I remember right.
I wanted everyone to feel the pain that I felt watching that injury as a Nick Chubb owner. So, all right, one last trade, and then we'll get into these rankings. The last trade, and we don't need to spend too much time on this one, but this is another big one. It's between Kirill and Spitz. It's probably the biggest trade that's happened in this dynasty league. Kirill goes in and gets his guy for the foreseeable future, Anthony Richardson, and gives up a king's ransom to do it. And he said to himself that he knows he overpaid to get this done. So this clearly didn't set a precedent, because you look at the Jamar Chase trade and it's not this. But Kirill goes ahead and gets AR. And to his defense, he did also get Pat's second. People, even me, we forget that he got a second back. But he gives up Purdy and 3 firsts. One of that being his own, which is probably if you could have taken away his first and Pat's second in there, then this trade looks very different to discuss, because Crow right now is one of the bottom teams. So him giving up his first, well, we'll get into it. But Hoppy is a person that's probably talked about this trade the least of these 3 people here. You want to share your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I know we kind of talked about it briefly before we even got on and recorded this, but wow. Yeah, real crazy overpaid. So before I break this specific trade down, something I want to talk about is first round draft picks have been getting thrown around like Halloween candy.
What do you know about that, Hoppy?
I think that's going to stop. Right now, we don't realize it, but because we're so used to redraft, we're only in our second year in Dynasty. A lot of us have never participated in Dynasty, and kind of, taunting out these first round draft picks to be able to get your guys that you want seems like the way to go, because you're thinking about, I want to win right now. But some of these teams are not going to win right now, and we'll get into those teams in a little bit. But the first round draft pick is so important, and not having that, when you give it away, you don't realize how much you're really giving up. And granted, potentially mine, potentially Don's, we're going to be pretty late first rounders. That's going to be less valuable than having an early first round. But Kirill's right now is looking like it's going to be, a top 5 potentially. He isn't looking good. I don't know if he'd be the number 1. I think his team's got enough talent that there is potential that he turns it around. Also, him not having an incentive to tank,
Yeah.
he doesn't have a pick, is going to help him not lose.
Yes. 100%.
But Anthony Richardson's a dog. You know, obviously he got hurt, but when he wasn't hurt, he was electric. As a person that had him in a redraft league, you know, in our Wisconsin league with me and you, Mike, I was very excited to see him basically live up to the hype. And yeah, so ultimately it's a bad trade for Kirill. Giving up all that draft capital for Anthony Richardson, but I like Anthony Richardson. I think, like, who knows what happens? Like, it depends on who spits drafts this coming year. They might all be busts. And then we're talking about how this was a really good trade for Kirill because he got a franchise quarterback. And, you know, who knows what happens with the picks. But that's kind of the gamble you take. But, like, initially looking at this, 3 first rounders, that's insane to me. That's insane to me. So he very much overpaid. Brock Purdy's been very serviceable this year. Not been unbelievably like lights out, but that's kind of their offense. They just have so many weapons. Everything can get spread around. They have Christian McCaffrey. He's going to score almost every single game. That's going to take away potential touchdowns from Brock Purdy. You know, Debo, Ayuk, they use a lot of like gadget plays, get those guys moving in space, a lot of handoffs. And so Brock Purdy's ceiling is a lot lower, but throws like, what, 250 and 2 almost every week? He's solid. And that's going to get it done. That's better. I haven't looked at where Brock Purdy is this year, but he's got to be QB1, right? Or at least fringe QB1.
13.
Yeah. So technically in our league, a QB1, but
and he's passed his bye.
Other leagues.
He's had his bye too. So he's 13 and he's had his bye.
Yeah. So that's great. So yeah, I'd Spitz crush this. But again, who knows? 3 years from now, we might be talking about how it's a lot more even. You know, you could draft a guy like Quentin Johnson. Just saying, you know, then, you know, all of a sudden we thought this guy was going to be unbelievable star and he gets like 2 catches a game. So you never know.
Side note, man, does it feel good to not have that loser on my team, Quentin Johnson. I would be so depressed if he was still. Trade Puka and keep Quentin Johnson. What a genius I am. Okay, I'm going to give my thoughts and then we'll yield the floor to Spitz at the end here with this. So I'm obviously diehard Colts fan. Anthony Richardson is the truth. He's a fantastic player. He's super likable. Unfortunately, and when was this done? August. So this was before the season. So you're taking a shot on what will Purdy be? Will Purdy be good? Will he like lose his role to Sam Darnold? What will Richardson be? Will he be good? He's only had a couple games under his belt.
Richardson, Trey Lance too.
I don't know if Trey Lance was the Cowboy at this point or not. Who cares?
He was not. He was still on the team.
Okay.
Still on the Niners.
I had Purdy last year in redraft. Purdy's good. I liked Purdy. I thought he was going to be good. Richardson, I was excited the Colts drafted him. Richardson is amazing. His big, huge concern is going to be health. If Richardson can stay healthy, which is always a concern with rushing quarterbacks, Richardson can be like the dynasty quarterback. I mean, he could be the one. He could be the number 1 overall dynasty asset. Period. He can be. He's got that potential. Will he? I don't know if he can stay healthy. And then if he stays healthy, he still needs to perform at that high level. But in the games he played, I think he was like quarterback 1 or 2 for where he was like averaging out. So Richardson is fantastic. I love him. The issue is so Kirill's team has some star power, and then it severely lacks a depth. Like he's got Bijan, Brees, Javonte, Trevor Lawrence, DK Metcalf, Kyle Pitts. And after that, he's got a bunch of swing and misses. And if you gave up a bunch of second-round picks, okay, you know, whatever. But 3 firsts, including your own, and then your team, like in hindsight now, when he was giving this up, he thought he was giving up 3 late firsts. and getting Pat's second back. So almost like a pick swap in twofer. That's not how it's played out because Kirill's in dead last and his team is been a dumpster fire all year. So if Kirill stays in last, which I am cheering on a weekly basis that he gets some wins here. If he stays in dead last and he traded Richardson in a second for Caleb, Purdy, and some first, or whoever goes one, this will go down as just a absolute abysmal trade unless Spitz just botches these firsts. It can happen, but yeah,
I don't think it'll be Caleb. I don't think he gets the number one pick, but
fingers crossed.
I think it'll definitely be one of the quarterbacks. It could be Penix. It could be Drake May. Could be any of those guys. And there's just a lot of good players coming out this coming year. This draft class is going to be really good. So that if he won't move into that like place where his pick will be irrelevant. It'll be a relevant pick. It's just a matter of what Spitz decides to do with this pick. The other two are going to be, you're kind of taking like late round flyers. Like who knows? Probably some wide receivers, maybe a running back or two.
I think the term flyer is wrong.
Okay.
This year's draft, you had like a top 6 to 8 guys who were really good. And then from the back of the first to the beginning of the third was all the same. I don't think that I haven't had much dynasty experience, but from what I hear, that's not your usual. You usually have still good, distinguishable upgrades at the end of the first versus middle of the second or end of the second. This year was a weird year that we're coming off of. If it's the same, that'd be great because I have 5 second-round picks next year. But I don't think that'll be the case. I guess we'll see. Spitz, yeah. You made this trade.
Yeah, so talking about the upcoming draft, as Hoppy said, there's going to be probably 5 first-round quarterbacks. So that's 5 picks. There's probably going to be around 6 first-round receivers. So that's 11. There's going to be Bowers as the tight end. That's another one, and that's not even counting running backs. So I love this draft with the first 15, 16 picks. I think they're all going to be viable. Last year, like you said, Hoppy, from pick 10-ish to 14, there was a huge drop-off starting at pick 10 or 11. Huge drop-off, and they weren't great picks. And last year, the second rounders and the end of the second rounders were good. And this year, that might not be the case, but the first 15, 16 picks, I really like a lot. So I love those first rounders, even yours and Don's. I really like having those. One thing on this one, the reason, if I remember correctly, how I got Richardson, I don't know. It might have been my pick. I don't think it was. I think it was actually Jeremy's and Jeremy and Ethan's, because with the initial draft, they traded a first rounder to me for what ended up being Damian Harris, I think at the time. It was a 7th round pick. And they looked like they had one of the best teams. They had CMC and Jonathan Taylor, and they looked like one of the best teams, and it just didn't work out for them. So I believe that's how I got Anthony Richardson to begin with. So with taking all of these 3 picks, I didn't want to trade Richardson. I loved Richardson too. I didn't know how good he'd be. I didn't think he'd be this good, but just with that rushing upside, I thought he was going to be an absolute stud. So Kirill reached out to me saying he wanted to trade me Purdy in a first. And I like Purdy a lot too, but no, I'm not going to do that. Then he said 2 firsts. I definitely thought that was a reasonable trade, but I still don't want to do it. And then he upped it to 3. And yeah, Pat's, second rounder is there, but especially with what happened to Jeremy the year prior, I was just banking on one of you 3 teams not being as good as you thought it would be. And I actually thought it would be Kirill was the favorite for me because his depth is not good. He has a star power. I thought it was going to be Kirill or Donnelly that would fall apart just because Donnelly's team is old. It's really good, but it's old. So I was hoping one of those teams just fell flat on their face. So that allowed me to make this trade. And like I said, I really like Purdy. So yeah, I don't think it was that bad for Kirill because he knew apparently he knew what he was getting in Richardson because that guy is an absolute stud.
He's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
When he played full games, wide receiver 4 week 1, or wide receiver QB 4 week 1, QB 2 week 4. And then he had almost 18 points in week 2 before going out with an injury, and that was in quarter 1.
Yeah, first quarter.
Like 80 points.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I pulled up the rookie draft just to kind of look at this. Spitz, the pick that you got from Jeremy was actually pick 5, which turned out to be Bryce Young.
So that was my pick then? Richardson was?
That was from Kirill, the Kirill trade. Kirill had pick 2. So to talk to Hoppy's point about first-round picks not being valued, in the startup draft, I traded a round 7 pick to get I traded my first round pick to get a round 7, which I used on Rashad Bateman. My team sucked last year. I finished 4th. Vice had my pick and got CJ Stroud. So I basically traded Rashad Bateman, who's not even rosterable in a redraft team, for CJ Stroud. So,
like I said, that will change. I think these like crazy first round picks are going to start changing. People are going to start valuing picks a lot more. We're going to see more player for player picks, I think. And I think what we're going to see is more of like a median trend, right? Like right now we have very polarizing like front and back portions of the league. You have like a couple teams that are going for it. We kind of talked about this in our league chat. And then you have a bunch of teams that are just absolute dog shit right now. And eventually it'll even out. And, not to say this happens next year or the year after, but we will have some very competitive years where we're going to have a bunch of people that have a shot at actually making it. And those teams, in my opinion, will be balanced between a mix of older veteran players, their younger new star talent. And what we're seeing now is people valuing youth so much more, and this is what's trending them, is that youth doesn't always equate in a dynasty league. Like you need those veteran players that have been around that can get it done, but you also don't want to like I look at my team, and we can talk about this in a little bit, as I have a lot of older players, so my window to win is like right now. I have to win right now, and then I go into rebuild because these guys are going to age out of the league. And they currently don't have as much trade value because somebody sees Keenan Allen, who's having a fantastic year, as valuable because he's 31 and he's going to be done in a couple of years. But like right now, he's great. But I don't want to trade him to a competing team that I'll be directly competing against. So it's hard to get value for a guy like that from a team that's in a rebuild, because they want all the youth players right now. So it'll be a couple years before we really see like a more of a balance in the league. And that's just kind of like how I view a lot of these trades, and how people aren't valuing first round picks as much as maybe they should, or they're easier to throw out because maybe you don't think your pick is going to be relevant enough, or vice versa. You think you have a really relevant pick and you're trying to get more depth on your team or whatever it is, or make a push for something. But I just think we'll see first round picks being more consolidated, where they won't just be kind of like thrown out in a trade of like, oh, I have this draft capital. Here you go. I want these players. You know what I mean? That'll, I think, shift a little bit.
The one thing that does rely on is people having self-control. And there's some people in this league that just need to trade. Need to do it. Can't hang on to that first. They got to hang on to that thing for 12 months. Are you kidding me? I got to stare at that. I got to look at my lineup every week and know it could be that much better if I traded my pick. Logically, what you're saying is correct. We'll see if it happens.
It'll happen. It'll happen a little bit, at least.
Yeah, maybe I'm being like a little too idealistic about it. Because yeah, you're right, and we'll talk about that in my little segment of teams that just have no hope. We'll really go over those teams.
I can't wait for that list. Hey, Hoppy, should we take a quick break here before we jump into these power rankings?
Yeah, we can take a little break.
All right, let's do that. And we'll be right back after these sponsors.
All right, and we are back from our little break. Had to get some more caffeine. This post is not sponsored by the red canned soda.
But it could be.
It could be. Reach out to us if you know anybody that work for large international soda brands. Sponsor our podcast.
Yeah.
I'm actually really excited for this next segment. We're going to kind of talk about basically power rankings for the most part. So Spitz is going to start us out here and talk about his top 6 win now teams. And then Mike is going to go into what the long-term outlook, correct?
Yeah,
You're going to
exactly.
look at like the top 6 long-term outlook teams. And then I'm going to talk about the dumpster fires, which should be a really interesting segment. I make zero apologies for the people that I talk about and the teams that I talk about.
Hoppy specifically told me he wants to burn some bridges today, and we're like, well, then I guess you get the clusterfuck list. So Spitz was too shy for that list. That wasn't not with a guest star.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
All right, Spitz, you want to lead us out here?
Cool. Okay, top win now team. So,
by the way, I think we should go and like if you got your top 6, you should reveal the ranking the proper way. You go 6 and then build drama up to the top spot.
Oh, I got that, Mike.
All right, good.
Yep. All right. So this year has been kind of a different year. Hoppy talked about it a little bit. We started the year and there were pretty much 2 teams. Honestly, it was Hoppy and Donnelly's team, and they were head and shoulders above everyone else. And I think that's leveled out a little bit. I think there are kind of 3 different tiers now. And I think anybody who makes the playoffs has a chance to win for sure, where before it didn't really look like that as the teams were constituted. So the 3 tiers, I'm going to start with this one here. The 3rd tier is kind of, puncher's chance. You make it in. You got a chance to make it. I have an honorable mention. Honorable mention is Ethan and Jeremy. And I put them there, honestly, because of Christian McCaffrey. And Christian McCaffrey. And I guess CJ Stroud a little bit. But their team is okay, I guess, but they have CMC. So, I mean, he could just totally go off. Who knows? They have somewhat of a chance if they get in, if he's just scoring 35 points a game, whatever. So just wanted to mention them. I kind of went back and forth between the team I wanted to put honorable mention and the number 6 spot. Number 5 I had locked down, but they're all in the same tier. So that's who I have for the honorable mention. I don't know if you guys want to talk at all about that or if I should go into 6.
Have I already called the Heteros team the Jeff Fisher of this league, the mid-tier? I did.
Yep.
Okay, I didn't know if that was recorded or not, but yeah, they're a good honorable mention. Spoiler, they're an honorable mention for my list too. Interesting team. They were trying to tank and build for the future, and they had really bad luck to start this year too. So Deontay, Hoppy, you should click on their team and pull up their roster here. So, like, they obviously did the great CJ Stroud trade, which is awesome for them. They have a ton of running backs, and they were all kind of hurt, minus CMC. But, like, JT did that whole IR thing and all that weird stuff. Deontay, his hamstring got ripped up. Garrett Wilson lost his quarterback. So, like, Jerry Jeudy was hurt to start the year. He got hurt in preseason. Their team was not off to a promising start, but I don't know how they're 4th. I mean, it's amazing. But, yeah, you have to at least
like a 40-point game probably helped them last week.
For sure. And, like, Christian McCaffrey was going to be traded. Every time I see a trade go down in this league, I'm like, oh, it's finally Christian McCaffrey. No. And now I don't even know if you're these guys. Do you just hang on to him? And
I would hang on to him.
Like, how many more years does Christian McCaffrey have of being a stud like this? And, okay, the trade deadline for Dynasty is week 11, so it's next week. So, like, they're going to have to make a decision here. Do you keep them? And because if you miss the playoffs and you have CMC, like, what a waste. Or do you try and do a king's ransom and trade him for, I would argue, you try and get more than you got for Jamar Chase, less than you got for AR. But they're going to have some serious decisions to make in the next week. I think it's a very proper ranking with where they're at because their standings is higher than where even they would probably think they should be. What do you think, Hoppy?
Yeah, honorable mention is a really solid one here. Spoiler alert. They also might be.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
No, I don't know how they're in the position that they are. I don't really like the team. They have a handful of people that have the name recognition. You know, I think Garrett Wilson would be a lot better if Aaron Rodgers was playing.
Yes.
You know, Drake London has all the talent in the world, but they just like don't really use him. Deontay is hurt all year, right? Like, I believe. Yeah. And then, you know, came back and is doing his usual Deontay thing where he doesn't score touchdowns, but he gets like 10 targets a game. So, like, he's got players that aren't bad, but the running back situation, like Foreman and Chuba, not great. He did make the trade for Stroud, which we talked about. That'll really help him long term, Christian McCaffrey. And Trey McBride is kind of like,
he's coming on.
More, well, he had a bad week last week, but with Kyler coming back, I think he might be a lot more relevant. He's still a tight end. So, and I just don't really like the depth kind of on the bench here. So good for them for getting to where they are. I love the fact that they're an honorable mention because, again, as Spitz said, if you make the playoffs, you do have a shot, right? The season starts over. It doesn't matter if you scored 1,000 million points every week. You could drop a deuce in the first week and then you're done. That's it. That's all it takes. So, and there's potential that he could upset somebody in the playoffs if he makes it. But overall, not really super great in the depth. The stars that he have been very underutilized, and we won't really know more probably until next year whether their usage goes up. Stroud and McCaffrey being the saving grace here. McCaffrey probably's got another 2 to 3 years of being like really relevant, and then maybe another 2 to 3 after that of being like meh. And the way that they use him and how many weapons that they have allows them to take the pressure off him. Whereas like when he was in Carolina, that was it. They had Christian McCaffrey and they just had to use him every single play. And like you got Ayuk and Kittle and Debo. So you have all these other players and they have a really solid defense. And they're not just using like dives. They're using those gadget plays where they're putting people in motion. And McCaffrey's not one to just take these like massive hits continuously. So he's got a few more good years left in him. And then again, probably some less than relevant years, but he'll still be used in somebody's offense, whether that's still in San Francisco or elsewhere in the league. Those two are like the saving grace here. Everybody else is kind of like, well, you just pray they get a touchdown.
Yeah.
So great honorable mention.
I don't think you can sell the team at this point. Question for you, Mike. So the trade deadline, is that after Week 11's games happen, or?
I believe.
I think it is till Monday.
Don't quote me on this, but I think it's up until the last game kicks off of that week.
Yeah. I don't think that they should sell. I mean, crazy stuff happens, and who knows? I mean, you take a shot. If you're going to be in the playoffs or have a good chance to, I don't think you sell at all. You take your shot, and hopefully it works out. I think what Hoppy is saying with with that offense is correct. In Carolina, it was just a mess, and they would just run this dude up the middle against the teeth of the defense repeatedly, and it was just a joke. In San Francisco, he doesn't take big hits. They do so much stuff with him, and a lot of the stuff is passes out of the backfield and motioning him into the slot and all that sort of stuff. If I were them, I wouldn't be selling at this point unless they lose like the next 2 weeks. So
when we look through that team, I like that team more than I thought I did. I didn't even know, because when you're at the bottom of Dynasty, you care where you are and where your picks that you own are, and I don't think I have any Jeremy's picks. So I like Stroud looks great. Stafford, if he comes back healthy, he's been good this year with some good weapons. That like the Rams team has been better when Stafford is there than expected this year. Chuba is the lead running back on an awful team, but he's still the lead guy. And Foreman, I mean, Khalil Herbert's back, but he's not playing this week. Foreman, and they got CMC. Then their receivers, Deontay. I think Deontay's great this year. Garrett Wilson is relevant every week despite not having a real quarterback. And if Rodgers is back in a couple of weeks, don't know if he will be, but if he is, that could be big. And Drake London with Heineke, your boy Hoppy. I'm pretty sure he was your roommate or something in college, but Drake, there's passing volume to go around. Trey McBride is coming out. They've got Michael Wilson if they want to pull him up with Kyler Murray coming back here. Donovan Peoples-Jones goes to Detroit, could be the wide receiver 2 on that team because they have nobody after Amon-Ra St. Brown. There's not a ton of depth, but yeah, I like the team more than I thought I would.
Yeah, it's not awful. It's got star power, so. Yep.
Now the actual list.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to hear the first tier here, or the next tier.
This is the same tier, so I put Jeremy's team in with the actual teams that are on the list, 2 of them. So number 6, I got Vice Man.
Damn it.
Yeah, number 6, I got Vice Man, and before the year started, I thought Vice's team was going to be awful. I thought it was trash. I thought it was top 5 worst for sure. But there's something to this guy. He just won't quit. You know, he's the type of guy that you see him at the bar and he's mean mugging you and you don't really know why. Finally, you go up to him and you're like, dude, what's your problem? He's like, bet you my fantasy team kick your ass. It's like, we're not even the same league. I don't even know you. It's like, they'd kick your ass. And then you think about it and like, well, my team's pretty good. And then you on accident voice that your team's pretty good. And that pisses him off more. So every time you go to the bathroom, he just runs into you and talks shit until finally he can't take it anymore. And you attack him, right? Because what else are you going to do? And you find out this guy is biting you. He's going for crotch shots. He's just like, this is who this guy is as a fantasy player.
Scrappy.
He's very scrappy. He's
Mac Jones.
Who's that?
Mac Jones. Crotch shots.
Right. Like, you just can't get rid of this guy. He's like a cockroach. You can't get rid of him.
Now I'm like Donnelly, cockroach.
Yeah. You pound him to the ground. I mean, you're over, you're on top of him, just nailing him repeatedly. Won't stop. And, he's about ready to, breathe his last breaths. And he's still talking shit to you. He's still somehow calling you a pussy. That's who this guy is. So
I think that's a perfect breakdown of Team 6, and we can move to Team 5.
Oh, no.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
So that was the difference between him being an honorable mention or Jeremy's team. Because I'm honestly just scared of Ice. So I had to put him at number 6. So, I mean, he's got a ton of running backs like he seems to always have. Let's see here. Jonathan Taylor could explode. He's got Dak, who's turning it around. Devontae. Laporta's been awesome. Great pick by him.
Yep.
Absolutely fantastic. I think that was the middle of second round.
It was the end of the second. It was the second. Yeah, because so I had to pick after him. And I wanted either Tillman or Laporta. And I wanted Laporta a little bit more than Tillman, but not enough to really care because we were going to do a pick swap there. And I was like, I'll just take whoever you don't take. I have Mark Andrews. and he takes Laporta. So then I got Tillman and immediately regretted it. And great pick.
Yeah. His weakness is receiver, but yeah, that's who I have at number 6.
Well,
yeah, I don't mind that.
I'll share my brief thoughts. It's disappointing to hear. I like Vice as a person, but I have his first and his second, so I want him to fail this year. And despite the fact that I want him to fail, I keep sending him players to make his team relevant because now his stars he didn't get from me, but the trade that he did to get Gardner Minshew is, I think if he doesn't have Gardner Minshew, I don't think he's in your top 6. Adding that quarterback presence, which can get you 15, he can get you 15 points a week. When you lose Daniel Jones, he would have 1 QB, and then his team doesn't have enough star power to be a top. Like, he could still make the playoffs, but you wouldn't pick him to be up there. So him having a quarterback and all he did to get Gardner Minshew, I mean, I was trying to trade Gardner, but people just didn't want him for whatever reason. It was a pick swap. I traded him in a third, and I got a second back. So it was like almost nothing, basically. And that makes a big difference for his team. Don't love his receivers, but the names are bigger than the production. We'll see what happens. Dak's been on fire. Hopefully he falls apart for my sake, and I am looking at this too. With Jeremy being honorable mention and Vice being up there, someone's not going to be in this list that's in the top 6, and I can't wait to find out who that's going to be. So, wait. Oh, no, that may not be the case. I'm stupid. All right, go, Hoppy.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely is scrappy. I think that's like the best definition for what he is, because even when he's down, he's still sending offers, making waiver claims, doing everything he can to get his team better, even if it is just a weekly by weekly basis. He was the only one that submitted waiver claims today. And when they went through, it was Wicks and somebody else. I don't remember who else. Now, I don't think Wicks is like all that great, but he has been getting some work in an offense that looks like fucking shit. As a Packer fan, as a guy that has any of the Packers weapons that might be valuable to some extent, it's been a rough ride. But going out there and making those acquisitions like on a daily basis, weekly basis to try to get his team relevant, I love the fact that you put him at 6 for that reason. I do view these two teams that we've kind of talked about already as very similar, where they both have a few star talent people, but other than that, they just like they're probably not going to ultimately get it done. But again, you get in the playoffs and you can make a run. Like I said, shifting over to Aiden O'Connell for Devontae Adams, I think is a good thing. I don't think Aiden O'Connell is going to be that good, but I think he can huck the ball, and Devontae's a fantastic wide receiver, great route runner, so he's going to have space to get the ball to him, and that's going to be great going down the road. This week, maybe not the best, but Keenan Allen did really well against the Jets this past week, so maybe Devontae Adams has a good game, but a bad matchup for him this week. But Jonathan Taylor's going to be solid down the road here. Dak Prescott's been playing really well. Dak is like a weird one for me just because that defense is so good. So there's going to be games where he doesn't need to do shit, and he's going to just be completely irrelevant. We've already seen it so far. But, I mean, he played great against the Eagles. 28, had the bye, 24. Really before that was when he was having the struggles. And that a lot of it had to do with how good the defense was playing. He didn't really have to throw for anything. So he'll be fine. And I like the fact that he did get Gardner. I think it does round his team out pretty well. Gardner's a fine QB2 on a team when you have a guy like Dak. I've unfortunately got Gardner in another league, and he's my QB1. That's not a good sign. The fact that he's your super flex, it's great. The issue that I have is, and we'll talk about this a little bit down the road, is that there's just no depth. He doesn't have any like picks next year. So there's just like a lot of things that I think he needs to work on. But as far as a win now window, if he can get into the playoffs, he might upset somebody. I don't think he's got a shot to win it all, but he's definitely in that top. He's in the second tier. So not like I have a chance to like win it, but in that next tier of like, I'm not dog shit. And I can make the playoffs and I can make a run. I don't know. That's my analysis on it. So take it or leave it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got no picks for the future. His depth, he's got depth at running back, but not outside of that. His receivers, I mean, when you have Quentin Johnson and Sky Moore, you're going to be lacking depth at receiver. He has Palmer, but Palmer's on the IR. So Mechie's healthy. He hasn't done anything this year, and Mingo has also kind of sucked. So yeah, I think that's a pretty good summary of that team.
Yeah.
Cool.
Who's your locked in 5?
My locked in 5. I wasn't going to move this team. It's the last team of this tier.
It's you.
Sir Kyle Justin Spitzer.
Hold it.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to move this team from 5 just because it's my team. And I got the microphone and the computer here. So my team, so there's some questions at QB. Nothing fantastic at QB. That's my weakness. Running back, I got good names. They're kind of not in great situations. At least Saquon is not. Pollard hasn't done anything this year. So there's that. I like my receivers a lot, actually. I got probably 6 pretty decent options. I just was watching a top 25 dynasty receiver list, and I had 5 guys in top 25. And yeah, my receivers are good, but I don't know about my star power as far as winning it all. I think I can upset a team or two potentially, but that's where I'm at with my team.
Oh yeah, Jefferson. I was trying to count and like, how'd you get to 5? But okay. So here's some thoughts about your team. I agree. Your running back names are phenomenal, and their situations are all questionable at best. So Jahmyr Gibbs, we get to see what happens with a healthy David Montgomery. If you can believe Dan Campbell at all, apparently he says Gibbs is going to he's earned a bigger role than before the Montgomery injury. We will see what that means. I don't know what that means. I'm glad I don't have to deal with that. Saquon Barkley is like the last man standing. It's Tommy DeVito and company. And the Giants have no reason to try and bring in Carson Wentz, or like the Giants should just tank their way to top QB draft picks. And that's, why you were mentioning that Daniel Jones may not be the guy next year, because if they get a top 3 pick and they take a quarterback, just start him. He's going to be better than Daniel Jones anyway. So Saquon's not in a good spot because you can just load up in the box. There's no threat to throw. Tommy DeVito 2 weeks ago had negative pass yards or something? 7 pass yards? I think it was negative pass yards.
-1.
Yeah. So that's awful. And Tony Pollard's quietly been like one of the biggest fantasy busts of the year. He was supposed to have, he has a big role on the team. He's just not effective with the role. He sucked. So the Cowboys offense, to speak a little what Hoppy was talking about, early on in the year when their defense was fully healthy, they had games where like the teams just didn't score any points, so they didn't need to. They lost Diggs, their cornerback, which shouldn't seem like it would matter very much because he's a guy that gives up big plays. Like he gets picks and gives up big plays, but apparently it's mattered and the defense hasn't been as good. Now they have games against the Giants and Carolina coming up, so those ones may not be a lot of scoring. But after that, I see the Cowboys putting up points in all those, but Pollard just can't do anything. So unless he turns it around, he could turn it around, but he's been very disappointing. Sneaky under the radar trade to get Taysom Hill, who's just a Swiss Army knife out there scoring fantasy points. And then, so obviously weak at QB, but the interesting thing for your team is you have Justin Jefferson. We'll see when he comes back. I believe yesterday they opened his 21-day practice window. So the coach was saying probably not back this week. I would guess he comes back next week. What does that look like without Kirk and with Dobbs? And then Waller, your IR list is impressive, but Waller, even if he comes back, I don't know if you really want to play that guy. I'd probably just stick with Taysom. Now, the big question, Tank Dell, currently residing in the taxi squad. When do you move him onto the active roster, if you do?
It might be this week. So the reason I haven't been is because I also have Nico, and they're pretty much the same as far as what I think their production will be, even though Tank, when he's played, he's been awesome. I need another receiver starting this week. So if Justin Jefferson doesn't come off, I'm probably going to pull Tank Dell off to start.
I don't think he's going to play this week, unfortunately.
I don't think he is either. So most likely it'll be this week.
Okay. And obviously, if you got a guy in a taxi squad, unless you need to start him, like if you can get by without moving a guy out of a taxi squad, whether you're tanking, whether you're, playing to win now, there is an advantage to keeping a guy in the taxi squad for the year if your team can get by without it, because then you effectively have one more roster spot. Once you move a guy off the taxi squad, you can't replace that. So you lose a roster spot. So You want to go as long as you can without taking him off. As long as your team, whether you're tanking or trying to win now, like you don't want to lose a roster spot. But
I'm not going to start Jacoby this week. So it'll be Jefferson, which probably won't be Jefferson. So it'll be Tank Dell and Nico both starting.
Hoppy, what do you think about this squad? Is it dog shit?
Yeah. No, I like a lot of the things you both said. Jahmyr Gibbs, we'll see how much work he actually gets. What was he getting before?
Not much.
2 to 3 touches. Maybe it goes up to 5.
He was getting 12 touches a game.
Yeah. 7 carries, 5 targets. That was what he was.
He was scoring 9 fantasy points a game. Wasn't bad.
With Montgomery?
Yeah, look it up.
It's true. I had it.
Click it.
Click it, Hoppy. Click it, damn it.
I'm not going to click shit.
It's right in front of you.
You don't want to be wrong.
No,
it's uh-oh.
So 7 attempts, 8 attempts. This one was Montgomery hurt this week?
Yeah,
he got 17 for 80.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, okay.
And the Green Bay games when he came back in limited fashion and had 30 carries. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, my God.
That was the week I traded for Gibbs in the other league, and it was just awful.
No, I think Gibbs' long-term outlook is going to be a lot better. Montgomery might be there for another year. And then Gibbs is just going to be dominant, in my opinion, getting acclimated to the league. And he's already good. So by that point, he'll be a star. So moving forward, I have no worries about Gibbs. Barkley's in a weird situation. He's the dude, but the Giants are trash. So we'll kind of see what his marketability kind of looks like down the road, whether he long-term, I guess, stays basically probably the rest of his career in New York, or if they ship him off somewhere later. But again, getting that extension, getting the 14 million, I guess some team wants to take that on, whatever. Nico's great. Love him. Love the fact that he gets all those looks from Stroud. That's an awesome thing. Tank Dell also in there. Like you said, they're very similar. Kind of view him. I view Nico better than I view Tank, but that could easily change as the offense kind of evolves. Bryce Young is a big question mark. I was really high on Bryce Young coming into the season. I didn't think he would be just immediately awesome, like some rookie QBs can be. I figured it would take him a couple years. But now after watching him play, watching how that offense operates, I don't know. Very big question mark for me on Bryce Young. Taysom Hill's fun, little gadget guy, and really getting it done the last handful of weeks. What is he?
He's the X factor.
6?
He's the X factor for my team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's fantastic to have in as your tight end. Much better than Darren Waller, who at the beginning of the year, I would have said that Darren Waller was going to have a stellar year. But Brock Purdy is a solid QB. Tony Pollard, Dallas has got to figure out what they're doing with him. He was supposed to be the guy, and now he just hasn't really turned into the guy that everybody wanted him to. So we'll see what happens there. And then you got JJ coming off IR. So I think that'll be fine when he does. And I think you have a lot of potential to do some damage if you can get into the playoffs. So
I'm going to get a little hot takey here. I would put both of Vice's and the Heteros team above Spitzer's from a win now standpoint for just this year, just because of the negative direction of your running backs. And I don't want to talk about future outlook in this power ranking list because we'll get to that in mind. But from just win now this year, surprisingly very high on Jeremy's team all of a sudden. Watch that team fall apart and me be just completely wrong. But yeah, I think I would put them ahead of you.
I can see where you're getting that opinion. For me personally, I think this is a great. They're all in the same tier. They all have this, like, they can
get, where they were put
into the playoffs. They have the potential to upset somebody. I do like Spitz's team a little bit better. But again, they're all in that same tier, in my opinion. So
I don't know what to make of Justin Jefferson the rest of this year. I don't know what that's going to be. Like, I have him in one of the leagues that I'm in, so I'm hopeful. But without Kirk, I think I don't know what to make of it.
It's a game, but I could be wrong, which isn't fantastic. But
how many points you say?
15.
I'd take 15.
Yeah, for sure.
I think anybody would take 15, but it's not what you want from Jefferson. I think that's like the idea, right? Like, you're hoping for like 20 plus every week.
Yep.
All right, let's jump to the next tier.
The next tier, the first guy, it's a guy in the next tier. It's Lucas Hoppy. He was my number one. Yeah, there he is. He was my number one up until the last 2 or 3 weeks, and I definitively thought Hoppy had the best team for the last couple weeks. But he's got a bit of a Packer problem. We talked about that. Jordan Love, I don't believe is good. He's tanking Christian Watson. Aaron Jones finally had a game where they gave him the ball, which is good. I guess he's good. I've always thought he's good, but they don't give him the ball. So maybe he can be all right if they give him the ball, but if they give him a 50-50 split, he's not going to be good, in my opinion. So that's the problem. But you have Tyreek, Kelsey, the return of Montgomery. Montgomery, even if it's a 50-50 split, he'll still be a borderline running back one, I would imagine. So yeah, it's still a solid team. It's in this next tier here for me, and definitely could still win it all, but it's not been trending in the right direction lately.
Hoppy, I want to know, how do you feel being ranked at number 4 on this list? Does it personally just eat you up inside? Are you distraught? Do you want to end the podcast? What do you want to do?
No, I think Spitz had some like really good points. And I'm honestly kind of with him. The first couple weeks, my team was dominant. Like he said, me and Don neck and neck, 1 and 2. And my team was showing out. And
with injured players,
in my opinion, at full strength. And then I finally got to full strength, or what I considered to be full strength. And the team's been on a slide. You know, I didn't want to bring this up, but I will. I lost to a guy that didn't even start a freaking quarterback last week. So, but you know, when your stars don't play well, you're not going to win, right? So like last week, I look at it as like more of like a fluke loss rather than a Nick victory. You know, Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill combining for like 10 total points is like not what you want. I'm like, my floor is 10 points a person, and they combine for 10. Like, you're not going to win games regardless of who you're playing when your stars play like shit.
Should we
Keenan
call
Allen
you?
was very serviceable last week, but I didn't have Goff. Montgomery has been hurt, and then hopefully comes back this week officially. And then Watson was more of like my flyer, the guy that I knew wasn't going to just dominate every week, but hoping for his floor to be higher than it was and hoping that his ceiling to be higher than it was. And they just don't utilize him properly. I don't know if it's ineptitude by Jordan Love or the offense in general. The Packers do have some problems, and I think they will continue to work them out. Youngest team in the league, and bad offensive line play, bad play calling from LaFleur, who's supposed to be this offensive genius kind of person that a lot of people like to talk about. But overall, just bad play by the Packers, like across the board. But I do think that kind of rounds itself out if Aaron Jones can stay healthy. He obviously had his best performance since week 1, since his injury. And I think the key is to get him the ball more. I think that's going to open up Jordan Love's passing game a little bit more. I think that also helps, Christian Watson, who's just got that big play explosiveness. So my team is exactly where I think Spitzer ranked them. Where if the Packers can figure out their offensive problems, my team goes back up to being in a top tier. But as of right now, they haven't figured it out. They're not playing well. And we need to figure something else out. Another reason too, I haven't talked about this guy. I took him in a lot of leagues. Brian Robinson started out real hot, and they decided that Sam Howell is their answer. And now they just throw the ball 40, 50 times a game. And I don't know why they don't give Brian Robinson the ball more. He had 18 carries last week. That's what I like to see. Did have a touchdown. And if you look in the early portion of the year, 19, 18, he was getting in the end zone. I'd like to see more of that from him. But he's young. They still have a lot of time to figure out what they're going to do exactly. But when they go to this pass heavy offense, what I've noticed is, Antonio Gibson's their guy in those sets. It's not Brian Robinson, even though I think he's just as talented as Antonio Gibson in the passing game. I don't know why. He had this one crazy behind the back catch, almost Bijan Robinson-esque in one of the early weeks. And I'm just why are you guys not using him more? He's better. So hopefully James Conner can come back and that'll help solve that. I just like the depth that I have, but yeah, overall, I think Spitz 4, that's a solid ranking for me. I agree with you.
Before you get into it, Mike, I just want to point out too, Keenan Allen, there's a little question mark with him now. That offense isn't as explosive. He started off the year so fantastic. Now that he's pretty much the only receiving option besides Eckler, they can just clamp down on him. They have nobody else to throw the ball to. So that's, great player, but that's a little bit of a concern too.
Thanks a lot, Quentin.
Against the Jets, 8 catches, 9 targets, 77 yards. I'll take that.
It's still good. It's just not 25 points a game or whatever it was before.
Yeah, agreed.
Hoppy, Brian Robinson is not as good of a receiving back as Antonio Gibson, who's literally a converted wide receiver, for the record. But I was ready to say all these nice things about your team too, but then I just had to get reality back there. I think Hoppy's team, if Jordan Love is good, which I don't think he is, Jordan Love is good, or if the Packers can just be what they were at the start of the year, Hoppy has the best team for win now. I think this team is fire, and it's gonna. There's David Montgomery might be getting worse from where you thought he would be back when he was healthy, but Hoppy has James Conner coming back with Kyler Murray back. I think that's a big addition to this team. Having Tyreek Hill is amazing. He's just so. He's the most valuable non-quarterback fantasy player this season. Like, would you want anyone else more than Tyreek besides a quarterback for this year? No. Would you take Chase over him? No. Jefferson? No. Maybe Christian McCaffrey. Sure. But that's it. Like, Tyreek Hill's number 2. Travis Kelce. The only problem with Travis Kelce is that Taylor Swift is going on an international tour, so she won't be there.
Going with, though.
Yeah, but not when he plays in America, his games.
Okay. His morale is still going to be good, is my point.
She won't be there to cheer him on, and he sucks when she's not there. Maybe they can get like an AI hologram of her or something up in the box, and he'll think maybe they can get the person that plays DeMar Hamlin to play Taylor Swift and put her up in the box. Maybe that's what they could do. I don't know. But Hoppy seems great.
I don't think that's a sticky metric of when she shows up to games he plays better. I
have Kelsey in the redraft league. It might be. It might be, and it's unfortunate. One thing that's going to be interesting is if the Packers don't turn it around, like if Jordan Love is just really bad, you might actually consider not starting a second quarterback in your super flex spot and starting because you're going to have depth elsewhere. So it's going to be interesting. I think you have a very good team, but your team is slumping right now, and it has some. And you're probably going to just start Jordan Love because even if he still has a floor that seems like of 10 points a week. And I looked at his schedule. So he's got a couple of games that will be a little more challenging up ahead. Like the next 4 weeks aren't. Pittsburgh isn't great. Chargers good. Detroit not great. Kansas City not great. But after that, Giants, Tampa Bay, Carolina, Minnesota. That's a good end of season there. So we'll see what happens. I think your team is full of firepower and very good and might be underranked. We'll go through these obvious top 3 that are ahead of us, but I don't know.
Last thing I'll say before we move into the top 3 teams here. I think what a lot of people are confusing with Jordan Love is he's fine for fantasy, but he's not. He doesn't look good when you watch the film. Like, that's as a Packer fan, right? But he's getting me like 15 points. He's only had 1 week where he hasn't had double digits, and everything else is meeting projection pretty much, exceeding projection earlier on. So for fantasy football, Jordan Love is just fine. He might not be in the league in a year or 2, like as Spitz said, as probably you believe as well. But in a win now window, Jordan Love is just fine.
I heard in the rumor mill that there's talks of Jordan Love not even finishing out this season if he continues to play this bad.
Yeah, Goody Kuntz came out and said these next 10 games are very important, and then LaFleur came out and said, "Nah, he's our guy." So,
well, you don't have anyone else. It's not like there's some backup that you really want to play over there in Green Bay. So, I would anticipate he gets to finish out the year, but it could be another rough couple of weeks here. But you got a very, very talented team for this year.
All right, let's hear these top 3.
Okay, number 3, I got Davey, the gatekeeper. He's got the number 1 player, apparently, and Josh Allen. I didn't know he was number 1. I just looked that up. Other great quarterback as well, who can put up 40 points a week, potentially. Very solid at receiver. He's got a little bit of a weakness at the RB2, in my opinion. And with Dawson Knox getting injured, that really helps Kincaid a ton. I think Kincaid will continue to have 10 points a game going forward. So super solid team here in the championship last year. So that's who I got at 3.
I'll share a couple thoughts on this. I think Hoppy has a better team than David for this year, for win now. I would put Hoppy's team above David's. David's team, if he didn't make this god-awful trade, we didn't talk about this trade, but Dave made a big trade this summer. Do you guys know what trade I'm talking about?
I do not.
Hoppy?
I don't remember.
Okay, you tell me which side of this coin you'd rather have. Amari Cooper and Miles Sanders or Brandon Ayuk and David Montgomery.
Oh, so was that with you, Luke? Or no, that was with
I
Dominic.
didn't have Ayuk. I traded.
I think it was a P. Howe guy trade.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
Our
I
P. Howe
traded
guy special.
Montgomery with Pat.
So, like, if you take Dave's RB2 and you put in David Montgomery, if you take out Cooper, I mean, Cooper and Ayuk, I think most people would rather have Ayuk. I think they're pretty equal for this year. Obviously, for the future, you'd rather have Ayuk, but Cooper's doing good this year. Watson's back. He gets a ton of targets. He had a big game last week. I think Cooper's going to be fine. But Miles Sanders, who my dumbass took everywhere in best ball this summer, and drafted him everywhere. He sucks. I will not ever draft this guy again. I will not get duped into it. Yeah. So, like, Josh Jacobs, I think, is going to have a big role with the team. Going to Antonio Pierce, a player's guy, defensive guy, wants to run the football. He's come out and said, like, Josh is our guy. The more he touches the ball, the better the team will do. Josh Jacobs is going to get a lot of work. But your RB2, like Dameon Pierce, I'm not a Pierce guy, and this has been an awful, awful season for Dameon Pierce. It's been awful for Miles Sanders. Jalen Warren's been okay, but he's in a timeshare on a bad offense. So, I mean, maybe I'm underselling it. Jalen Warren's been good, but he's on a timeshare for bad offense. So there's a big, like, you can't compare Hoppy's running backs to Dave's. Hoppy is much better. I would take Dave has a lot of depth. Dave has a lot of good young players that will be around for longer than Hoppy's team, but I'm talking win now. Dave's got some good receivers here. I'd take Hoppy's. Would you rather have Kelsey or Kincaid? I'd take Hoppy. Quarterbacks, I'd take Dave. Josh Allen and Tua, that's great. Tua stayed healthy this year, which is really good. Hopefully that's good for the long term for Tua. Hopefully he stays healthy. Those jiu-jitsu fall downs are helping him out. Dave has a really good team, don't get me wrong.
It is like a 15-point advantage at quarterback.
That's good. He's going to need that to catch Tyreek alone.
Sure.
So, yeah, Dave's got a good team. I'm not saying it's not good. Not saying it shouldn't be a top.
You're saying it sucks.
Wait till we talk about the dumpster fire spits.
I love David's quarterbacks and I love his wide receivers. And I like the future of this team. Good team, but that's my opinion on it.
Yeah, I'll sum this up quick so we can kind of get into the top two here. Long-term outlook for Dave's team is much better than my team, in my opinion. The QBs alone are drastically better. I think people don't really like Jared Goff, but he gets it done. I think he's been very good on the Lions. But
Goff equals Tua.
But in no comparison are either of these guys better than Allen or than my guys, than Allen, and even Tua depending on a matchup, will be better than either Jordan Love or Jared Goff. But yeah, overall, running backs are really what's lacking here. If he doesn't make that trade, I would say he would be probably even higher on this list.
One or two?
Yeah, probably. But he's just got a better long-term outlook. Waddle will eventually take over as the number one wide receiver there. If he can make, the best with that situation, it'd be great. He'll always be overshadowed by Tyreek until that happens. But Tyreek said, he's only got a couple years left. So, but yeah, overall, I like Dave's team. Solid. Yeah. But I would say in a win now situation, I would put me over Dave overall, even though he is. Don't forget, I did beat Dave by like 50 points in week 2. And I also beat Don by about 50, 60 points in week 1. So I think I might have been flipped. Either way, back when my team was running it, I dominated. But yeah, those are kind of my thoughts. But I don't have a problem with him being 3. He's winning, and I like his quarterback play more than I like mine. So that's a solid ranking.
Okay. Number 2. This one might be even more controversial.
Oh, well, we'll see because I think I know who your number 2 should be.
I have Jacqueline.
Okay, I don't think that's who I figured you would put.
Okay. She's got a ton of running backs. She's got 4 good options. ETN, I think, has been, number 3. So he's been amazing. His role is not going to diminish at all. That's there all year. They can't figure out anything at backup running back. Now she's got another quarterback option with Levis, and to me, he looks quite good. I think Burrow's going to turn it around big time. He's on the upswing. As long as his receivers are healthy, he's going to do what he always does in the second half of the year. So that's good. Receivers, Diggs, I think Moore will look better again once Fields is there. Fields sucks, but he throws to Moore repeatedly. Marquise Brown with Kyler being there, that's big. And I think Logan Thomas is going to be good the rest of the year just because they're going to be passing 40-plus times a game. So that's my number 2 team.
I would put Jackie at 4. I would put Dave at 3 and Hoppy at 2. Well, let's see. We'll go through Don's team and I'll see if he still should be 1. And all 4 of these teams are the top 4 are clearly the top 4. Like they are very good.
Yep.
Jackie's team, Burrow's back, and he's great. And you're right. You need those receivers. Maybe Chase misses a week. I think Higgins is going to be fine. So I wouldn't be worried about the health of the receivers relating to Burrow. And it's kind of nice for her is if one of those receivers does miss, she has Tyler Boyd. Now her running back situation is interesting. Like ETN his ascension has stayed pretty solid. Pacheco seems like he's going to be, reliable moving forward. Mostert is going to be working with a more crowded backfield. Super hot start, older back, injury prone. You've got A-Chain coming back. You've got Jeff Wilson, who's now off the IR. Apparently, Ahmed gets a couple snaps. So, Mostert's played really well all year. We'll see what happens there. And then James Cook, this guy's just falling apart. So that's not good. Her receivers are actually really good. Diggs is phenomenal. DJ Moore, when Fields comes back, large volume. Hollywood Brown, yep, just like you said, Kyler. And Logan Thomas, they throw the ball a ton. Will Levis, this kid's good. I thought he was a joke. I thought he was going to suck. I was so excited when my Colts did not take Will Levis and they took Anthony Richardson. I'd still rather have Anthony Richardson, no question. But Will Levis is good. He can sling the ball. He's still a rookie. He still needs to get better. He'll probably have some – he doesn't have great weapons around him, so I don't know if he'll be a fantasy stud this year, like his first week when he threw 4 touchdowns. But dude can sling the rock. We're not talking about future yet. That'll be the next list that we go through. But Will Levis is very big for her team because otherwise you're stuck with stinking. And you don't want that. You don't want that. And all year, she had been starting 4 running backs rather than start stinking. That's when her team got hot, was when she benched, the stinker and just went 4 running backs to the screw quarterback. I don't need this. So now she brought up and she has the second quarterback. Any of these top 4 teams could win. Good team. I just slightly like the other ones a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same opinion here with Mike. Sure, Will Levis has looked better than expected, but I don't really see Will Levis getting those 4 touchdown games consistently, at least not this year. I think he's better than Pickett. So, and obviously Joe Burrow's her number 1. So again, she has the depth at running back where she can just not start that second QB if Will Levis, isn't that great. And granted, it was a short week last week, right? He played against Pittsburgh. They were relentless with blitzing him. Tampa Bay should be a better matchup for him. So we'll kind of get a little bit easier things to see. I don't really know what to make of the Atlanta game. I don't think anybody thought he was going to come out and do that. but we're only on a 2-game sample size here. We got to wait and see. But what we're seeing is overall good. Even under the pressure, he was still able to stay in and make those throws. But like TJ Watt's going to make even good quarterbacks look not great. So the fact that he was able to hang in there and sling the ball for 262 yards is a great indicator that he should be solid moving forward. But again, there's a lot of time left in this season. I don't think he'll get benched by any means. Like, they're not going to go back to Ryan Tannehill, but he just might not be as good as we've seen in these 2 games moving forward.
I think he'll be somewhere in between those 2 games. Maybe like 15 points a week. That's what I would expect.
Yeah, I would put him in that category as well. Really like Stephon Diggs. Hollywood Brown's going to get better. You know, all those points that you guys have already made. You know, Joe Burrow's officially back, done with the calf injury. He's got his healthy wide receivers for the most part. I think the most shocking thing here for me is like ETN. We always knew ETN was going to be good, or he had the ability to be good, but to see the consistency in like greatness, not just good, but like greatness. 34, 21, 21, 24. This week will be tough, right? San Francisco should be a tough matchup for him. But I mean, Carolina, Tampa Bay in the playoffs for semifinals, finals, like those are great, juicy matchups for ETN. But like I said, I do like my team a little bit better overall. But again, all of these teams are good. Her team is really good. It has a really good shot at winning. It's just depends on the matchups. Just depends on any given Sunday kind of scenario of if she can do it. But she's got depth, and I think she's got a good shot. I'm big fan of Pacheco. He just runs really hard every play, and it's great to see that. So, yeah, overall, I like her team. I kind of agree with Mike's rankings in there. So.
Does that mean the number 1 team win now is me?
Yes.
Excellent.
100%. So those 2 to 4 teams, like you guys are saying, they're very similar to me. But the number 1 team, the definitive favorite, is Mike. No, it's the damn Donley. You just can't.
Is he in his own tier?
To me, Donley is the favorite.
Oh.
So to me, he is in his own tier. The top 4 teams are super good, so wouldn't be surprised if he lost his first playoff game. But to me, he is in his own tier just because I see his team as the favorite. He's just got a ton of star power. He's got Kyler coming back, which is going to be helpful. And let's see here. Those receivers are ridiculous. And now those running backs, I think, are in better situations and are coming back. Eckler obviously has been back for 3 weeks, but he's really going to get into the thick of things. Henry is going to be helped by having a competent offense. So you could see Henry back as getting 25 points a game. And then those receivers are super good. Just too much star power, I think, from him. So as long as nobody gets injured, his team is super good. There's not a ton of depth, though. So if he has some injuries, that's
what I was going to say.
Yeah.
What I'm seeing here is he is just loaded up on all of these backup QBs in case of other injuries that aren't related to his team. PJ Walker, Mike White, Drew Lock. Justin Fields will be back at some point. Obviously not this week. And we'll see if he goes back to the way he was right before the injury of the 27, 33 points, or if he's, the 12 to 15 points, which isn't bad. It's just not what you want from Justin Fields, right? You want a lot of rushing and stuff like that. But yeah, he's like a couple injuries away. But I mean, AJ Brown, now Jamar Chase, those are 2 top 3 to 5 wide receivers in the league. Kyler, we'll see. He might be on this like Call of Duty thing here. Comes out tomorrow or today or something like that. So, but he should be back in some kind of fashion. And the running backs are solid too. I don't know how to feel about the Josh Jobs thing, but again, he probably won't have to worry about that with Justin Fields coming back. But yeah, he's just a few injuries away. But overall, solid team. Like I definitely would put him up at number 1 right now, especially making the Jamar Chase move. Great move for his team. So.
Oh, fuck. Donnelly. Nothing brings me as much pain as saying how good his team is. For those gamers, Donnelly is a glass cannon. Hoppy, I think you'd agree with me on this. And Spitz, you haven't gamed since the 1990s, so you probably don't know what a glass cannon is.
I do not.
But this team, if no one gets hurt, is the best team. It has every single spot is star power. Don't look at this lineup here because Romeo Dubes and Devin Singletary are replaced by Cooper Kupp and AJ Brown. And his quarterbacks are Kyler and Fields. So he's got star power at every single position. He has zero depth after that. And I don't think he has any draft picks either. I think he's got no picks. So
3 third-rounders.
Yeah, he's got no picks. And the thing too is, other than a couple of guys like Ayuk and Chase, those guys are, and AJ Brown kind of, but he's had a lot of injury issues. Like all of these guys have had injury issues. So Fields currently injured, Kyler coming off of an injury, Derrick Henry gets injured every year, Eckler gets injured every year, Chase is currently injured as we speak, Kittle always gets hurt, Cooper Kupp has injury issues. He's got a glass cannon, and all these guys have a history of always getting hurt. So I think if you had to say who has the strongest team right now on paper, it's Donnelly's. Will those guys survive the 5 more weeks to get to the playoffs and still be the strongest team? Dave, Hoppy, and Jackie all have better depth than him and can survive injuries better. The one thing that Don does have is he has better depth at quarterback. Let's not count all of the backups that are on there, but he's got 3 viable starters, in my opinion. So he's got some depth at QB. That's nice. In this league, though, in Dynasty, when there's 20 plus rosters or guys rostered on each team, the depth is dog shit. So you go look at, who's out there for running backs. Keyshawn Vaughn and Juszczyk are your top available running backs. Wide receiver, it's Jalen Reagor. It's not good. So if he has some injuries, he could easily fall to the bottom of number 4, or at least top 4. So that's my analysis on Donnelly.
When his team goes off, there's nothing to stop this team. But yeah, I like the glass cannon reference. That's a solid reference. I like it.
Now, for fun, I looked. Sleeper keeps adding stuff, and they have a Fantasy Pros app portion where you can actually go ahead and look and see like what the AI generates for power rankings. So I pulled that up, and I have it here in order, and we won't talk about all these again. But number 6 is Vice. Number 5 is, of course, Spitzer, because I had locked in at 5.
Yep.
Number 4 is Jackie. Number 3 is Hop-A-Lot. Number 2 is Dave, and number 1 is Don. So, not what that's almost exactly what. Well, 2, 3, 4 is mixed up a little bit, but no surprises up here at the top. Thanks for having such an exciting list, Spitz. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, that was great.
Pick the best teams. Let's just rearrange the top 7 slightly. No, but I think that's the correct thing too, because there aren't any big surprises out there. So,
Yes, sir.
Y'all ready for the second power ranking? If you're still listening to this podcast, so now that we've discussed this year, and when we go through and talk about some of these teams, I don't care about this year. I mean, this year's relevant, but we're talking about the future of this team too, and their staying power for multiple years to come. So, mandatory honorable mention is Jeremy, of course, because Jeremy is the honorable mention for every single list here. How exciting! Having CJ Stroud is huge for this team. Okay, let's do a little backdrop too. When I'm looking at what makes a team have good staying power, you're looking at, in my opinion, you want quarterbacks, wide receivers, draft capital. Running backs, they have such short lifespans that they just kind of come and go. And tight ends are great. If you have a good tight end, that's a nice bonus. It's not a central focus of mine, but that's what I'm looking at. So Jeremy's team still has some question marks to figure out because they have Stroud, but Stafford's not going to be around long term. They have CMC, but then they got some running back issues, like as far as who else is going to be there. I like their young wide receiver core a lot. Garrett Wilson and Drake London are top talents in the league. Deontay is older, but what is he, 26 or something? 27? Yeah, so he's got a couple more years of still being around, but he's not like a young, exciting piece or anything. And then Trey McBride looks like he could be a good young receiver. Jerry Jeudy's been such a disappointment this year. I kind of think he fizzles out and just, goes the Kenny Galladay route of like on his way out of the league. So it's got some good young players, not enough. And honestly, maybe honorable mention is too high for this team. Like maybe they don't even, again, as much as I like it for win now, it's going to have Stroud, but maybe this is too high for even an honorable mention. What do you guys think? Did I get a little carried away with trying to force them into honorable mention?
I would have to see the rest of the teams at running back aside from CMC. I don't think they have really anything with any staying power. Algier is there, but I think he's going to transition into more of a handcuff. Garrett Wilson's awesome. Drake London, he's a good talent. Will they get a new coach? If they get a new coach, that's going to help them a lot. Agree with what you said on Deontay and Stroud. Stroud being there changes everything. I guess I'd have to see the rest of the list to see if they should be there.
Yeah, I agree with Spitz on that. I think for me, what gives this team like a little bit more staying power is he's got a first and a second this coming year in the draft. So he can fill in 1 to 2 holes potentially with obviously like young talent. The running back class isn't like super amazing, but there are like 3 really solid running backs that I noticed that are coming out this year. And one being my boy Braylon Allen, who I was college roommates with. So
Big warm.
I do like that he has those draft picks to fill in some of these holes. That'll help. That'll obviously keep him relevant because really lacking in running back. But to be honest, who isn't? There's only like 2 or 3 teams that are really just not worried about running back situation right now. And so being able to have those draft picks, that's kind of what I gauged my list on too. When we go into that after we finish out Mike's list, was, are you able to fill in any of the holes or are you just kind of screwed for the next couple of years? So I like the fact that they do have the picks to fill in those things. And then Michael Wilson has shown promise and could be a really solid complement to Hollywood Brown moving forward. And that's sitting on the taxi squad. I don't think Hendon Hooker will be relevant at all. I think Goff has kind of proved that he's the dude in Detroit. But that was a concern for me at the beginning of the year. Now, significantly less concern. But I like the fact that Michael Wilson's on the taxi squad, so that can get elevated to fill in a hole. And the young wide receiver talent, we probably won't be able to tell this year. So that'll be a question moving forward. Obviously, Drake London, when he gets the ball in his hands, he's great, except when he fumbles right on the 1-yard line. But Garrett Wilson doing solid for being on the Jets right now, and we'll find out next year if Aaron Rodgers comes around, if that's going to change for him. So, yeah, I think honorable mention is just fine with this one.
If they don't make the CJ Stroud trade, they're not on this list. They're on the clusterfuck list.
Yep.
It's a big trade that really shifts the trajectory of this team for this year and future years. Their biggest team need, in my opinion, is a quarterback. They have Stroud, that's great, but Stafford ain't going to play forever. He's probably done at the end of this year. Maybe he plays one more year. So they need to figure out quarterback. And if they continue to be as good as they are and they have a back end first, like having your first and your second, and that's it, is not, I don't see that as a draft capital, like, it's not an asset to the team. It's you're slightly below your status quo of what you start the year with. So they don't have a third, which is fine, but they have their first and their second, and they're currently in fourth place. I don't know if you're going to get a game-changing quarterback, even in a good quarterback class at the end of the first. So we'll see. All right, enough about the honorable mention. It's time we talk about a new team, damn it. That wasn't on Spitzer's great because, spoiler, there is a decent amount of overlap between the teams that are good this year and the teams that have good future. Because if you're good this year, it means you have good players, which still indicates that your future should be hopefully good unless everyone is like 33. Anyone want to guess who's number 6? I did give a spoiler. It's a new team that we haven't talked about yet.
New team.
Hoppy?
Are you going to put yourself at 6 or are you putting Krill at 6?
All right, so your guess is me or Krill. Hoppy, what's your guess?
I'll take Krill.
Hoppy?
Jared.
Jared is the correct answer. You bet your ass it's Jared. Yahoo TV. So again, I said the things I look for is good QBs, good wide receivers, and draft capital. He doesn't have good QBs. So that's why he's not at the top of this list. But I don't know if there's like him and Dave have some of the best young wide receiver cores, and I think Jared's is better. Jared has CeeDee Lamb, who continues to impress. He's got Olave. He's got T. Higgins. He's got Dotson. He's got a really good receiving core. TJ Hawkinson is a great asset to have at tight end. He's 28 or something, I think. 26, even better. So, and they just signed him to a big contract. That's great. And he's got a lot of draft picks too. I think he has 3 first-round picks. Now, a couple though, I think it's shifting more towards the end of the first for his picks, depending on where his ends up. But still, having 3 firsts is great. And then he's got a second and a third as well. So he has a good young core. He can add a quarterback likely in this draft. And, maybe Sam Howell sticks around. I don't know about Mac Jones. And Mac Jones might be on his way out. It's not been good there. But I think Jared has a good young team. They're actually like decent at kind of competing this year. If there's a weakness you want to have for future, it's running backs. His running backs suck. But maybe more realistically, next year is Howell is hopefully still the starter for him. Mac Jones is maybe still the starter. He's got his good young wide receiver core, and he can add a couple of running backs in the draft. He might only have 1 quarterback. He may need to trade to get a second quarterback.
Well, he's got the draft capital to do it if he needs to.
Correct. And he's reluctant to make trades. He'll tell you what he wants for a player. And then when you offer it, he'll just say he's not trading him. But I think Jared's got a really good young team here. And I would be excited for the next, 3 to 4 years, especially with all the draft capital he has moving forward. What do you guys think?
A big thing is just what you said. It depends on the howler. You know what you're getting at receivers. They're really good. Is the howler going to stay around for 3 or 4 years or hopefully more? The commies or whatever they're called, they said that they're going to stick with him, it sounds like, for next year. And they're saying all the right things, that he's the guy for the future. Whether or not that's true, don't know. But that's what is dependent on how well their future or his future looks. He has 3 probably later first-round picks, 1 mid, maybe 2 mid, 1 later, depending on where everybody finishes up. But I like this team. I think it looks pretty well for the future. He's going to have to figure out running backs. Like Hoppy was saying, it's not a fantastic running back class. But, no, there's things to like. I guess I don't know the top teams in this rankings, but yeah, I would feel pretty good about it if I was Jared.
Kyron's a big wild card for him too. Like if Kyron, if he didn't get hurt and Kyron still sticks and he's like an RB1 this year, what happens when he comes back? Will he be the guy next year? If he has Kyron as well, that really helps to bolster this team. Because if you can have a good, solid RB with those kind of wide receivers and tight ends that he has, Yeah.
I don't really have much to say on this one that you guys already haven't. Love the draft capital, love the wide receivers. Um, you know, Sam Howell's QB6. So whether he stays that high, I don't think so, but still has potential to be a QB1. Um, and yeah, just kind of depends on if they stick with him long enough. Um, but the draft capital will help. That's the main thing of might be on the cusp this year. Can't really make, might not be able to make that playoff push unless he did make some trades. I think, you talked about how he didn't like to make a lot of trades. I think being in a league with us can be a little intimidating, and nobody that's new to the league wants to be taken advantage of. And when you get guys that are diehard fantasy guys and they're asking about your players, you feel like you're being taken advantage of. I feel like if you're new to it, you're like, okay, why does he really want him? What is the what's the little edge that's happening on this that I'm not seeing? Like what they're clearly getting the better deal, or that's how they feel about it. So that's why they're hesitant to make trades. The more he's in the league, the more he sees tendencies of different teams and different people. I think that'll change. But I also think he's in a really good spot right now where he doesn't need to make any changes. Like I said, even if he does make a push, sneaks into number 6 or number 5, maybe, probably going to get beat by one of the better teams. He just doesn't have enough power right now, in my opinion. Maybe there's argument to be made if Kyron comes back and he's back to the same form, but like, there's no sense in him like trying to trade away things to make a push this year. He should sit where he's at, and then maybe try to even build up some more draft capital with some of his other players or something else down the road, because he's in a great spot for the future. In the next couple of years, he'll really have a well-rounded team, depending on if he continues to make the correct roster moves. So
I didn't come into this with a tier system for my top 6 because it's just 6. But if I had to do tiers, Jared, honorable mentions not in here. Jared is the bottom tier for this. Then the next 2 are their own tier. The next 2 are their own tier, and there is a kingpin from a dynasty standpoint that stands alone. So, number 5, and it doesn't bring me joy to put this guy in the list, but at least I can put him lower on the list. That's Donley. Donley. We've talked about Donley's team more than anybody wants to, and it's a very good team. He doesn't have any draft capital. He's got really good players. He doesn't have any draft capital. The trajectory of his quarterbacks is really interesting from a long-term standpoint, because depending on how this year goes and how the start of next year happens, like both Kyler and Fields, heck, you want to throw Josh Dobbs in there? All 3 of those guys could be replaced on their team as the quarterback next year. Fields may not be the QB. Kyler may not be the QB. Dobbs probably won't be the QB for their teams. Now, may they be starting quarterback somewhere else? Maybe. Kyler probably will be. Fields probably has at least a 2/3 chance of being a starter somewhere. Dobbs probably pretty low. So, like, he's got younger quarterbacks. They're not elite, but, there's question marks around that. His running backs are ancient from a dynasty standpoint of Henry and Eckler. Like, I don't even know if there's confidence. Spitz was saying Henry 25 points this year. I would give me the under. I know 25 is high, but Tajay Spears is getting a ton of work. I do think having Levis there and a better offense makes Derrick Henry more viable, but I don't want Derrick Henry for the next couple of years after this year. Austin Eckler, he doesn't have unless I'm mistaken, I don't think he's got a contract currently. So where does he go? And if he's not over in his role with Herbert and he's on a different team, you could kind of see him fade away pretty quick, in my opinion. The thing that helps Don to even be on this list is a Jamar Chase trade, in my opinion. Having a young cornerstone like Chase or Jefferson, having one of those guys really helps. And then you also add the fact that he's got Ayuk and he's got AJ Brown too. Like I think Don has a window that is disappearing in front of his eyes, and he might just be crafty enough to continue to keep making enough trades to stay relevant. But if this is a team that doesn't make trades, you've got like 2 years left, and then you're just going to fall off and be awful. So he's at 5 for me. I don't think he has any draft. Oh, he's got some thirds or whatever. Who cares? And then, unfortunately, with Kirk getting hurt, there's a chance that Kirk's just done for his career, which is an unfortunate blow for him. So Don is a very prominent team for right now with a couple of good young like he's got Chase as a young superstar and a couple other good young pieces, but enough to be a top team. There's a lot of question marks around his guys.
Yeah. No, I think there are question marks too. But he does have the young star power where if things were to fall apart real quick, he could sell somebody off and just get a boatload for a return and figure things out kind of on the fly type thing. So I think Donley's still in a good position going forward. Fields, I don't feel confident about that guy. He probably won't be a starter next year, in my opinion. I think he's awful. Kyler is good. He will be a starter somewhere if it's not Arizona. But he's got such good players that I think he can figure something out to figure out what his holes are and do something with it. So that's my opinion on his team.
Yeah, I think this is like a fitting spot for Don as well. Not having the draft capital, but I agree with Spitz. There's enough young talent here where if he needs to sell one off, let's just say he doesn't win this year, some crazy stuff happens, and then he's got to sell Jamar Chase. I mean, you're going to get a haul for Jamar Chase. You're going to get a haul for AJ Brown.
So we thought, but turns out you don't.
Well, they must be crafty salesmen because I don't know how some of these deals get done. But the Eckler situation, the Henry situation, that could be over this week Sunday. Like something crazy could happen. They're just like older. If they do get hurt, the injuries take longer to recover from. When they're fully healthy, they've really proven to be great. But I think there's enough here where if he needs to, he can still sell. But as of currently, with the way the roster is built, he has got not a lot of staying power. Like his window is now or next year. And that's barring no injuries. That's barring no weird circumstances. Like you said, a lot of the QBs that he has, who knows what happens with those guys? Different teams could be out of the league. And there's no depth. There's zero depth. So if anything does happen, he could be done now. Like, so it's a strong team, but not a long team. If that makes sense.
All joking aside, Donley is a very good fantasy manager. I am confident that he will continue to wheel and deal and make good trades to stay relevant and not let his team age out and die. I'm not sure how he'll do it. I'm not sure who he will prey on to make that happen. But I'm sure it will happen. Someone will overpay for these old guys. And so he goes in at 5. So these two teams it's interesting to put these two teams in the same tier because they're very different. And I'm sure everyone at home is thinking, this guy in the middle, does he even have a team? Did they ever talk about this guy's team? How high is he going to rank himself? How large is his own hubris? Well, it's time, damn it. We're going to talk about my team. Yes. How exciting. This is my first time doing Dynasty, and I have been awful at it. I've just, my startup draft was a complete disaster. I learned everything I needed to know about Dynasty after the draft was done, so that was really great. Made a lot of mistakes, and basically from the start of this summer on, we said, fuck it, we're blowing it up. We're going sky high. We are hitting the reset button. Now, putting me at 4 could be correct. I think 4 is my ceiling. And I'm confident in my own abilities to be and make that happen. But I also have a much, much, much lower floor if I don't draft well. So my biggest assets, one is my quarterback. I have Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert. There is no better pair from a dynasty perspective, hell, from win now perspective in this league than Mahomes and Herbert. Patrick Mahomes is amazing. He's 28. He's going to play for 10 plus more years. He's fantastic. He's awesome. And he's going nowhere. Thank you, Justin. I really appreciate this. I mean, you talk about teams learning not to trade their first. I ended up trading Lamar Jackson, Desmond Ridder, and Michael Pittman to get Pat Mahomes and a first. Like that shouldn't have happened, but it did. And I'm appreciative for it. And then Herbert, Herbert's kind of had on and off games. Last year he was hurt. This year he's still hurt. He's got a broken finger or whatever, but Herbert's 25. He's got weapons around him. Those weapons are aging, so there's some concerns about who will be around him, but I feel like the team will attempt to replenish that. I mean, they tried this year with Quentin Johnson. They just failed. So I think he's a top 5, top 7 talent kind of guy because he's a good quarterback. He can make great throws. So you're set at quarterback. Mark Andrews is the best dynasty tight end right now. I'd take him over Pitts. I'd take him over Kelsey because he's only 28 and he's great. And he's tied to a quarterback that loves throwing him the ball. Lamar, say what you want about him. Lamar and Andrews have a great connection. So you're good at those positions. Locked in, you're good. I have 10 draft picks in the upcoming draft. I have 3 first-round picks, mine, which would be a top 3, and then 2 mid ones. I have Justin's, who's currently not a playoff team, and Vice, who's like a fringe playoff team. They're both fringe playoff teams. So, you make the playoffs and you win out or win high. I could have a bad pick there, but I got 3 firsts. I have 5 seconds, and I have 2 thirds. So I have a whole bunch of drafts. And we're talking long-term here. So having that many picks, hopefully I can hit on some good players. And I do have some younger players on this team outside of just the stars that I'm optimistic about. And it's not really like at running back, I have Charbonnet and Roshan, which is fine. It's not great. But wide receivers, I got JSN, I got Downs, I got Pop Douglas, I got is that it? Oh, and Rashee Rice. And those guys have done pretty good through their rookie year. Like I've liked what I've seen. We'll see who has staying power and who sticks. But so kind of a younger core of rookies with potential at wide receiver, elite tight ends, elite quarterback, tons of draft capital. And then 4 is the ceiling, though. I think this is as high as I would feel comfortable ranking myself. The floor is a lot less if I draft a whole bunch of Quentin Johnsons. But yeah, and me and Don are very different teams with different trajectories, but I'd put that as his own kind of tier before we get to the next teams.
Jeez. That took you a long time to justify that, didn't it?
What's that?
I said that took you a long time to justify that, didn't you?
Yeah.
Good. No, I actually agree with you. I think your team is set up, maybe not for next year. I don't think you'll be a legit contender next year. But you got the foundation at quarterbacks, like you said. You got a ton of young receivers. Some have shown promise. They're going to hit a couple of them, 2 or maybe 3, and you will probably be kind of set there. You'll have to figure out your running back situation, but you have 8 draft picks, I think, in the first 2 rounds, which is insane. So you can just keep picking them, and some of them are going to hit, or you can go the other way. You have a lot of leeway where if you want to compete next year, you can. So you can sell off those picks, and you could be a contender next year. If you don't sell off those picks, you probably won't be, but I think you're in a really good spot.
It'll probably be a combination too of taking some picks if I like and trading for some veterans. I will say this: this was a rebuild year. It sucked. I didn't enjoy it. This is the only year I'm doing this. I don't know if I'll make the playoffs next year, but that's where the team is ideally headed. Is I'm going to try and be a playoff team. I won't be a top team, but I could scrap my way to playoffs. And the nice thing too is with a younger core, there's ideally there's just positive growth down the road. Like Rishi Rice could be the wide receiver one from Mahomes here. JSN is already starting to kind of get, like last week he led the team in targets and catches. He's a super talented player. You could argue Downs he's definitely the wide receiver 2 for that team, and Pittman is on a contract year. Downs has been great. And Pop Douglas is the one because everyone in New England sucks. So, and heck, Trey Palmer's been okay, and you got aging guys and Mike Evans over there. So, yeah. Happy?
I like it. I actually think I'm surprised that you didn't put yourself higher on this list, given the amount of insane draft capital that you have. But you're right. Right now, you have a lot of like holes you got to figure out what you're going to do with. But you have all of the draft capital in the world to figure that out. You could trade those draft picks. You could actually draft all these like young rookies. Some of them are going to hit, some of them aren't. But the fact that you just have that much, you'll be able to just have your pick of the litter, like whoever you want. And the young talent that you do have, like you said, JSN, Josh Downs, they're going to be really great. Your quarterbacks are shored up. Like you literally don't have to worry about a QB for probably like 8 to 10 years. And even then, you still might not have to worry, depending on, if they allow like robotic arms to be attached onto Patrick Mahomes or something. But, you like you said, you were full sell. You were fire sale everything, get it, blow it up, start it over. Rebuilding years are not fun. I'm not there yet. I have a feeling my name is going to be coming up on this list very quickly here, on not my maybe the other list, my current list. But yeah, I kind of just see like, we'll find out, But like, I just like where your team's at. As far as rebuilding goes, and you got a lot of young talent. It's good. Solid pick. Like I said, you'd go higher. You'd go higher with yourself.
Funny side note, if you look at the screen, all of my receivers who, minus Downs, they were all healthy to come into this week. They all randomly got injured at practice this week. So Pop Douglas got an injury. I think a neck injury. JSN had a hip one. Or maybe Palmer got the neck. I don't know. They all got hurt. Downs got hurt in the game last week. So I was like, oh boy, if those guys are gone, this team's going to be really fucking dog shit for the rest of the season. The reason I couldn't put myself any higher is draft picks can be great. They can also be bad. There's also time that it takes for those guys to ascend. And these 3 teams that I have above have young players who are already like superstars and really productive. So to put in 1 or 2 years, I might be at the top or right near there. But right now I can't go ahead of these other teams because I could continue to screw up my team like I've done and, swing and miss. So, all right. These next 2 are in their own tier. Number 3 is Jackie. And Jackie's team gets a lot better with my opinion about Will Levis. She took Will, I think it was like pick 10 or pick 11. She took Will Levis, and it didn't look good. He couldn't even be the backup in preseason. And then Tannehill got hurt, and they didn't let Malik play, and Will Levis really impressed. So Burrow is their cornerstone. I think Will Levis could actually have a good career and be a good quarterback. If Will Levis, if you hit on a quarterback at the end of the first or in the second or something, that is huge. So call me bullish on Will Levis, but I think that really helps his team. Her receivers, Stephon Diggs is starting to get older. DJ Moore is kind of in the prime of his career right now. He's got some quarterback concerns around there. Hollywood Brown is probably also in a similar spot to DJ Moore, where he's in the prime of his career, if you will, and has some concerns about quarterback. She's got basically standard draft capital. I think she has 1 first, 1 second, 1 third. Yeah. So nothing super special there. It was unfortunate for her. She traded Swift for Dobbins, which not saying that Swift has a long role with the Eagles. Who knows what that'll be, but Dobbins' career might be over because he had another really bad season ender. Mostert's obviously aging. So her running back core, I think it looked better to come in. It definitely looked better to come into the year than it does now. Now she still has Etienne and she's got Pacheco, but late round running backs can get replaced, and James Cook is kind of disappointed. So like she's got better current play, and her tight end, she just has a bunch of turds at tight end. So this is and heck, having Pickett, like I don't think the Steelers will be able to replace Kenny Pickett next year. I think Kenny Pickett will still probably get another year of being the starter. I don't think the team is 5-3 or something. So they've been successful enough in spite of him that they'll have too good of a pick, and they probably won't replace him because I don't think Pittsburgh is bringing in some flashy free agent. So she has potentially three starting quarterbacks, young enough, good players. I think this team goes into 3.
I think you could definitely have switched yours and her team around. I 100% agree with you. Will Levis changes everything for her team. He looks like he could be another very good quarterback in this class. That's what it looks like based off of the first 2 games. We're going to see mistakes from him for sure. There were a ton in college, and he made dumb decisions. We haven't really seen that yet. I think we will see it, but the arm talent is undeniable, and he's going to show you, I think, that he can run too. I don't think I'm looking at his stuff right now. I don't think he's run that much, but he can run a little bit as well, and he's going to give you that upside there. And they're just going to expand that playbook, I would think, with him being there. So it looks to me like she has the foundational pieces as well with the quarterbacks. So she's in a good spot there. Running back, she's still solid moving forward. Receivers might be a little bit of a question mark, but yeah, it's a solid team. She's going to contend next year and the year after, and probably the year after. I don't think at the moment, it doesn't look like she's got a top flight team for the coming years, but she's going to be competing and probably in the playoffs pretty much every year.
Yeah, I would have probably swapped you, Mike, and her for sure, mainly on the draft capital. She does have some, we keep using the term like foundational pieces, and I feel like she has more of those, but you have more like wiggle room, whether you want to do it for trading, whether you want to do it for drafting, whatever you want to do. I think you have like more room to kind of like shift depending on what you want to like go after in the next couple of years. And there's just some question marks, like DJ Moore, Hollywood Brown. But like, I love ETN, Joe Burrow. Those are kind of like her main pieces that she can build around. I mean, Stephon Diggs, yes, he's older, but he'll be relevant for a few more years, so she doesn't really have to worry about replacing him. But there's just question marks elsewhere. And like you said, Pacheco looks solid now. They were really quick to move on from Clyde Edwards-Helaire as well, who I feel like looked good his rookie season and then didn't look good after that. And so they have like no loyalty there, it seems. Mostert's aging. But she's got some pieces. I like it. Like I said, I would have definitely switched you two around based on your draft capital and your QB situation. I feel like you have a better QB situation. I'm not sold on Will Levis yet. I don't think that he's bad, but I think we're so quick to jump the gun on whether someone's good or bad when they only have a handful of games. He's only got 2 games, looked great in the first one. There was no film on the guy. You go back to preseason or something, there's 0 film on this guy. You have no idea how to game plan. You have no idea what his tendencies are. And in the NFL, they figure that shit out real quick. So I bet by the end of the year, we'll have a more accurate picture of what Will Levis's career outlook is going to be. I'm just not sold on him being like, oh, he's good. Just like I'm not sold on other quarterbacks or running backs or wide receivers being bad because they haven't performed that well so far. It's like they will either figure it out or they won't. And then you got to judge them after they have enough games and enough film after that. So if that's a hit, yeah, she's going to be solid. There's going to be another career guy. And then she'll have Burrow and Levis to build on, and that'll be looking great. But Jackie, in all of our leagues, doesn't make a ton of trades. And so she has all of her draft picks, but she doesn't have any additional draft picks. So Dobbins tore his Achilles, right? On the IR right now. He probably will never be back the same. He might come back and play. He might physically be on the field, but he won't be the same player. He's got way too many injuries, and that Achilles injury is just a death sentence for running backs. We've seen it time and time again. And I mean, I like Bobo, to be honest. He's looked fine. But JSN's better than Bobo, but that quarterback situation could be different in a couple of years too. Gino's probably not going to be there for all that much longer. There's just a lot of question marks, and I kind of like where your team's at more than her team as far as the foundational pieces go.
So I have two things to add. The first is thank you guys for making me feel so good about my awful team. It really means a lot to me. And I will be curious to see how high you would continue to ascend my team in this list as we go up. The second thing is, Will Levis. A little bit of talk about Will. So after his first game, I was very curious to see, is it just a good stat line or did he play well? Spitz was in town that weekend. We watched that entire game. We watched it, and the dude looks good. He made good reads. He made great throws. He seemed poised. Seemed like the film matched the stats as far as he earned that. Now, his next game, if you didn't watch the game, I don't know, Hoppy, did you watch the Thursday Night Football game against the Steelers?
I did.
You did? Okay. I thought he looked really good. He didn't have a great fantasy game. Yeah, he threw a pick at the end when he was throwing a ball into the end zone with no time left. I thought he looked really good. Now, this year, I still think Will Levis is going to be limited by a bad offensive line, really no great receiving options. You got old Hopkins, and that's it. He doesn't have a good passing group of guys around him, but I think he's good enough. And yeah, it's only 2 games, but this is when we're doing the podcast. So you kind of call your shot now. I think he's going to stick. I think he's going to be good. This could be funny to watch 2 years from now. Be like, oh my God, that guy didn't even make it through the season. He eats his bananas with the peel on, and he puts mayo in his coffee, and what a loser. But Sam Howell brings his own chicken fingers to a steak shop. So, who is the real loser? You tell me. So yeah, that's my thought on William.
Yeah, we watched that game on Red Zone, so we didn't see a ton of it. We saw the splash plays, and Michael was pretty excited about him, or somewhat excited about him. I was like, okay, I really wanted to see the whole tape because I was thinking the same thing you are, where they didn't game plan for him at all, probably, because they had him and Malik supposedly splitting reps, and you don't know what you're getting, so there's not really a game plan there. And we saw all these shots downfield after downfield shots, and they all worked. I didn't put a ton into that, but we watched the game, and I don't think he made a mistake the whole game. He looked, to me, fantastic the whole way through. But I 100% agree with what you're saying, Hoppy. When people aren't game planning for you, it makes it so much easier. So that's going to change. And
look at Josh Dobbs coming in.
Yep.
He barely took any snaps with the first team.
Yep.
During the practice, if any.
Yep. And Levis in college, he made a lot of dumb mistakes, throwing the ball over the middle where he shouldn't. So it will be interesting. I think he's good, but I could see why anyone would have apprehension with him for sure.
And he still throws the ball down the middle. He goes across his body down the middle, and it worked, but it doesn't. There's a reason you don't typically do it. So
Yep.
It was different watching the full Steelers game. The feel was different. It's not that I thought he looked necessarily bad. There's a lot more pressure on him. He wasn't making like quite as accurate throws when he was making them. And like you said, he was going over the middle a lot. Like you're gonna turn the ball over. 262 yards, no touchdowns, and a pick at the end of the game, whatever. So he goes 262 and 0-0. That's not a great fantasy output. That's not what you want from a guy that's going to be there.
Yeah, he needs receivers. Treylon Burks dropped it was a tough catch, but
he also caught one. Or did he catch that one that he got hurt on?
No, he didn't. He's got one of the worst receiving cores in the league to work with. So
he didn't look overwhelmed though.
Yeah. All right, I'm excited to hear these last two here. Right, we got two more.
So number 2 is David. You guys might hate my list. That's fine.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to agree with who you have at 1.
We'll get to 1, but 1 is in a category all to themselves. So Dave and Jackie's team they feel similar to me on face value. Like they have good young players that should be around for the next 3. Like you kind of know what you're going to get with these teams for the next 3 years. Even if they swing and miss with all their drafts, they're going to be good. Now Dave doesn't have a first because he traded it at the draft last year to get Dalton Kincaid. So Dave has a 3rd round pick. Like this team is not getting better next year. But it's still so good that I don't think it really matters. And going back to the core stuff is quarterbacks, wide receivers, and draft capital. So draft capital, he gets a 0. Quarterbacks, he may have the 2nd best quarterback pair in the league. I'd rather have Josh Allen and Tua than Hurts and Watson. I'd rather have Mahomes and Herbert, but I don't think there's one better than Josh Allen and Tua, unless you guys can think of one. And his receivers are awesome. So Amon-Ra, Waddle, Devonta Smith, and older Amari Cooper. That's fine. Dalton Kincaid looks like he's going to be a good tight end and have, good staying power. And then running back, he's going to need to address that at some point. But Dave has a very good young team. It's not like it's going to be this infusion of younger talent coming to make this team better. But as it currently is, it's a good team. He should have, when he was offered a 1st round pick for Kadarius Toney last year, should have taken that.
Yeah.
Should have done that. But, that's hindsight. So I'd put Dave at number 2. What do you guys think?
Dave's team is really good. It's going to continue to be good. Quarterbacks are awesome. I get your point without the draft capital, but I think Kincaid could be a fantasy star going forward. So that would be a pretty big boon for him. Receivers are fantastic, like you said. Let's see here. Just seeing.
He technically does have a 3rd quarterback in Baker too. That doesn't.
Sure. Yep.
We don't know how long that'll be, but.
Yep. Running backs are a tad bit of a question, but somebody will break out for the 2nd and 3rd running backs on his team, I would imagine, to be fine. So, yeah, Dave's team is really good and it's set up very well going forward.
Go
ahead.
Before we go to you, Hoppy, Spitz, rank Dave, Jackie, and me.
Dave, just because you know what you got a little bit more. Dave, you, Jacqueline.
Okay. All right, Hoppy, what do you think?
Yeah, Dave got a solid team. Nobody likes to admit that he's got a solid team, but he does. Josh Allen, Tua, great staple pieces, great foundational pieces, that we like to talk about all the time. Kincaid really showing up the last couple weeks with no Dawson Knox. So, if they go back to some sort of like splitting duties kind of thing, that could hinder him. But he's really producing when the spotlight's on him, and he's only going to get better. And Dawson Knox is only going to get worse. So I really like that piece. Amon-Ra's great. Waddle, solid. like I said, he'll always have those boom games, but will always be overshadowed until Tyreek is gone, which sounds like will only be a couple more years. And then he'll really take over as the number one. And I think he's got the potential to really like be solid in that role. Devonta Smith, again, it's the same thing. Really solid, talented player being overshadowed by AJ Brown. And that'll probably continue to happen. But we did see down the stretch when they needed Devonta Smith to really step it up, like he was the dude. Helped me win one of my leagues last year. He's really solid. The big question mark here is kind of filling out that second running back role. And does Jacobs recently he's been solid, but he was kind of up and down at the beginning and then kind of filled it out and then back down and now back out again. And does he continue to be a workhorse back, like moving forward? But for now, solid. Next couple of years, going to be solid. Really, those are always the windows of opportunity that you're kind of looking for. And he's got great foundational pieces. So,
Yep. And running backs, I mean, he still has Sanders and I don't know. It's a good team. It's a good team.
yeah, he's got a great team.
Yep. I think he has the best. If you don't take draft capital into account, Dave probably has the best team from a future standpoint. But draft capital does matter. Hoppy, do you know who's at the top of this list?
Who's at the top of this list? I have no idea.
That is fantastic that you are clueless as we're going into the clear-cut definitive number one. Spitzer, do you know who's at the top of this list?
I think I do, because my team would have to be in the top 6.
So you're bullish enough to say your team is the best team moving forward. That's what
it has to be in the top 6. That's what I know.
Wow, bold call. All right, well, since you said it, I guess I can go with that. In a tier all to themselves, Kyle or Justin Spitzer, the third, and his team's so good you might as well call him the fourth because it's going to live forever. Okay. Now quarterbacks are interesting. Bryce Young, from a redraft standpoint, you can give up on him. It's going to be rough. But from a dynasty standpoint, he is surrounded by incompetence and everywhere. Offensive line, weapons, coaching, probably fan base, everywhere. So it can only get better for him.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, there's a chance it doesn't get better for him. It can't get worse. But he could still be good. And then he's got Purdy. And the elephant in the room is his draft picks. So he may have the first overall pick. I hope he does not. But having Kirill's pick with the way it is right now, if he gets a top flight quarterback to add to this team, because I put Don in that list because he had Jamar Chase. Well, Spitz has Jefferson. From a fantasy dynasty standpoint, I would argue Chase should be higher than Jefferson because he's tied to Burrow. But Jefferson, from a talent standpoint, I would put above Chase. We have to see what happens at quarterback for the Vikings, but you've got Jefferson, and you have other really good young pieces too, like Tank Dell, Nico Collins. And the emergence of Stroud really helps because those guys are going to be tied to him. Then he's got the star power running back like Gibbs. Gibbs is talented at the very least. He may not have the role that you want, but he's very talented. Saquon is still a very good player. There's better years ahead for him. And then really the reason why he's up at the top of this list is all the draft capital that he has. And he's got Zay Flowers too. Like Zay Flowers is a very good receiver that I think will continue to get better as he gets into his career. I think this is the top team because it combines not only having a good team in its current state with youth, but also the draft capital aspect and potentially a really high pick where if he, let's say he gets pick 1 or pick 2 or 3 or something, and he decides maybe Bryce comes on super strong. And you're like, I don't need a quarterback. I'm good. He could take that and trade that for a whole ton too. So he's got both good players now plus good draft capital. That's why I put him up at 1. And his team sucked after the startup draft. It was awful and abysmal. Look at him. This gives my team hope.
Yeah. I was just going to say that my team for the startup draft was awful. Like as bad as you could possibly do. I know people didn't like me trading out and thought it was stupid. And I don't even think it was, because like Hoppy said, people weren't valuing these picks at all. And I knew they were undervaluing these first round picks. So I knew I wasn't going to be good the first year. So I just got rid of them, got rid of these picks and took on, draft picks. But the actual picks I made were atrocious. Like T. Higgins was fine. Ramondre was good because I got him in like the 9th round or something. So that was a good pick. But other than that, it was terrible. I mean, everything was awful. I picked Nico Collins very late, so I guess that was good. I have 6 receivers, I think, that are good fantasy or dynasty receivers, and they're going to be around for a while. So that's kind of the strength, actually, of my team. Running backs are pretty good. Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs, I feel good about. I think he's going to keep taking more and more. Maybe not this year, but he's going to keep taking more and more, and he looks like a star to me if he stays healthy. So I feel good about him. Just like Mike was saying, Bryce Young, I think his situation's awful. Aside from last game, I haven't been worried about him at all, really, going forward. I wish I would have Stroud, of course, but I haven't been worried about him besides the last game. His situation sucks. He hasn't made bad decisions for the most part besides last game. And I feel fine about him as long as they get a decent coaching staff, a decent line, somebody. I mean, Adam Thielen's by far his best receiver. I mean, the guy is a fossil, and he's by far his best receiver. So I feel pretty decent about him. And yeah, I got the draft picks, and hopefully the number 1 pick, that would be fantastic. So I have an issue at tight end going forward.
Whatever. If you're going to have an issue somewhere, take tight end.
Tight end's a good one to have it at.
Yep.
Yeah. After Mike had said it was you, I felt really dumb because this was like a no-brainer for me. Like, not only do you have a potential like win now team or like in that top 6 team right now, but all of that draft capital moving forward, you're going to be able to reap the benefits. And like we said, draft capital is good for a couple different reasons. One, you can draft whatever players you want, take your shot on these like young guys that could be, the next Hall of Fame class, or you trade them away and get capital. So you're in a really great spot moving forward. You have a solid foundation, and you're just going to continue to get better in the next handful of years. Obviously, Jefferson's coming back this year at some point. He doesn't really know when. I don't know if you guys got that push notification while we were recording, but he came out and said he doesn't know when he's going to come back. But he will probably be back. And if not this year, next year, obviously. And he's just an awesome, solid chronological piece to have. And I don't really think you'll have like that big of a problem at tight end. Chig hasn't lived up to the rookie hype that he had last year. I thought he was solid and could potentially be somebody. But with the move over to Will Levis, that's just an additional, like, Tannehill wasn't getting it done. So moving over to a new QB, there's potential for Chig to maybe not be like a Mark Andrews or Travis Kelce, but still be up there as far as like a solid floor kind of tight end piece. Zay's solid too. You got a lot of receivers. I like your team. I think this is great. You got a really good outlook for the future.
Hobby, would you agree of putting Spitzer at the 1 spot?
Yes.
Okay. And Spitzer, how low would you rank yourself if you were doing this?
I
as low as number 2?
Yeah, probably 2.
Okay. Last question. Is there a team that wasn't on my list that you feel is deserving to be on this list? And who are you kicking off?
I think Kurill's team should be. I mean, it's been kind of a train wreck this year, but he's got so much star power as well. And he has a top 5 pick, I think, or top 8 pick, I should say, or what it's looking like. He's got so much star power. He has to do something else with it. He can't go in making that first round pick and just not doing anything else. I think he needs to sell off one of his star players for depth. I mean, and not just depth, like 2 or 3 starters, like Bijan, Brees Hall, the quarterbacks, one of the 2 quarterbacks. If he could sell those players off for a haul, I think that could change his team around. If he doesn't, he'll probably be bottom 7 until he does, in my opinion. So, because he's always one injury away from just his team being totally broken. But I think he can change that around pretty quickly.
Hoppy, you got a team that you think should be in there?
Not really. I think your list was pretty comprehensive and solid.
Okay.
I think it's nice that you humbled yourself and put yourself lower on the list, but I think you could have definitely been higher up there. I might have put you almost in like that 2 area, just because your quarterbacks are, that's like the most crucial thing to have in our super flex dynasty.
Yeah.
And you have 2 top 5 QBs. That's huge. And then you have a million draft picks. So one of those has got to hit, right? Or you trade some of it away and you get some other pieces. So I just like your outlook a lot more than, potentially Jackie's, even Dave's to an extent, mainly because Dave just doesn't have the same draft capital. But like overall, I think your list was pretty solid, comprehensive. I like where you put people. And I think Spitzer's solid at number 1. So good picks.
Okay, I lied. I have one more question. I think this is interesting. So let's quarterback pairings. We'll say Mahomes and Herbert is number 1. Rank these 3. So you've got the Hurts-Watson pair. You've got the Tua and Josh Allen pair. And then you've got the Anthony Richardson and Trevor Lawrence pair from a, not this year, but a long-term perspective. And the reason I'm asking this question is because to me, when we were going through Kirill's team there, I would take Kirill's guys at after my guys, I would take Kirill's pair next. I'd take it over. I would go that, then I'd go Tua and Allen, then I would go Hurts and Watson at the bottom. Obviously, it's the top 4 that I can think of that we have, but what do you guys if Zach Wilson is included in Kirill's pair, then he immediately falls out of contention. But AR and Trevor Lawrence, is that the second best quarterback dynasty pairing?
I still like Dave's more. I like Dave's more. You know what you're getting. I mean, Josh Allen is a top 3 player, I would still say. And Tua's been fantastic. And with Kirill's people, Trevor Lawrence surprisingly hasn't produced that well this year, which I was surprised with. I wasn't aware that he hasn't, really done much. He's been fine. But he's going to be good going forward. Anthony Richardson looks like a star, but I don't know if that guy can stay healthy. He just initiates so much contact over and over on purpose. And that's a big question for me. So to me, it would be Dave, Kirill, Hurts, Watson. Hurts is obviously good. Watson, whatever. In my opinion, I think he sucks.
Hoppy?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Spitz here. Watson's whatever. Hurts is great. They're a solid pair, but they're not Tua and Josh Allen. Like that's easily the next pair that I would put on here. And there's an argument to be made that they're an even better pair. But I do think that Mahomes, Herbert, solid, but Allen rushes. Allen can get you 100, 150 yards in a game and and a couple touchdowns, on top of all of the yards that he can throw for. So, like that alone, all the weapons that Tua has additionally, like I said, there's an argument to be made. A fully healthy Chargers receiving staff or receiving core, yeah, Herbert crushes at that point. But when has he ever had that? It's been Keenan Allen, and then the ghost of Mike Williams and Josh Palmer, who plays well, but again got hurt. So it's like, all right, I guess it's Keenan Allen and Austin Eckler. So yeah, overall, like I said, those are the top two, and then Hurts is going to be great, unless they ban the tush push, and then he becomes
Right.
slightly less great, but he's still really great. You know what I mean? Like there won't be as many of those rushing touchdowns, I think, which could hinder his like fantasy outlook moving forward. And it's not that he's a bad quarterback, but like you take away the tush push, you're probably taking away 5 rushing touchdowns a year, 5 to 6 maybe. He probably gets 5 of those, right?
Do you know how many he has this year already?
It's insane.
He's got 7. We're halfway through the year.
But not all of those are tush push.
Probably all of them are. Maybe he has one that wasn't. Like I have him in that Wisconsin league, and that play happens all the time. And a rushing touchdown is worth 1.5 passing touchdowns. So
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
All
right. So I think we should take one last final break before we get into our last big, the most exciting list. Hoppy, very excited to see what you have here. And for what it's worth, we've gone through 2 lists of 6, right? If you want to count honorable mentions, we've gone through 2 lists of 7. There have been 5 teams, 6 if you include Jeremy's, but honorable mention in both. We've talked about him. 5 teams that have not been mentioned at all. Not once. Justin's, Kirill's, Pat's, Nick's, and Thunder Thighs. So, will those teams be talked about in the clusterfuck, or does no one care about these teams? Stay tuned. We'll find out after this break.
All right, and we're back from the little break there. This podcast going a little bit longer than we all anticipated. So drinks, bathroom breaks, everything needed to happen. But thanks for bearing with us.
Just not work. No work stuff. Slow day. So
yeah, slow day. So yeah, this last little segment will be kind of like the no hope teams, the teams that they are technically in a rebuild, but they don't really have a lot of like options kind of like moving forward in their rebuild. And there's like a couple different things. One, I on this like category, like kind of hard to break down. Not because we don't have bad teams, but we're capped in how much draft we can like sell, right? So some of these teams in this list are notorious for selling off their draft capital, but you're only allowed to basically do the upcoming year. So that caps you at how much you can sell. So you don't have a guy that doesn't have the next 5 years worth of draft picks, which is good and bad, because I look at it like it keeps everybody like only 1 or 2 years from like kind of coming back into being close to relevant. So it'll keep people wanting to come back in this league. And I kind of like that. But at the same time, it prevents any of the really good teams from selling a player for a first rounder 3, 4, 5 years down the road, which somebody might not value as high. And so it kind of prevents a little trading between the upper echelon teams, because we don't have as much capital to work with. And a lot of the rebuild teams might not necessarily want certain pieces. So that's just kind of my philosophy behind it. That being said, I have 4 teams, and then I have kind of a couple honorable mentions. So I'll start with my honorable mentions here. My honorable mention is going to be myself.
Hoppy,
Number 1.
before you get into it, real quick, one thing just to interject about only being able to trade this year's, like upcoming year's draft picks. So down the road, it is something that we could change and open it up to 2 years of future. The reason it's one right now is because in Dynasty, you're not just playing for this year, you're playing for future years. So that's why everyone paid an extra year in advance. So that's why you have the ability to trade a future year's draft picks. If we open it up to 2, the fear is you could have a team that sells the farm and they have no future and they go in for one last year. The team doesn't make it, they suck, and then they don't want to come back again. And you're not going to have people pay 2 years in advance because it's just kind of silly. So it could be something that if everybody wants to do, like if it seems like, okay, everyone's staying, no one's going anywhere, people like the league, we could shift it to 2 down the road. That's something just to kind of, like we have not next season, but the season after, we're expanding the roster spots by 2 spots. So when you make changes in Dynasty, you have to do it with a couple years notice to give people time to plan. But it could be something we shift down the road if everybody wants to. Sorry, just wanted to mention that.
No, it makes sense. I know why we did it, but like I said, it makes it different than other dynasty leagues where you're not selling draft picks further down the road, which again makes those first round draft picks next year more valuable, because arguably if we were able to do any of our draft picks in the future, I could sell like a 2028 first rounder, and that might be more enticing, or it might be easier for me to get a trade done doing that, and then I'm still not giving up next year's draft pick, whereas like next year's draft picks are that much more relevant. So that's all I was saying. Not that it's a bad idea, but it also just keeps things a little bit closer each year.
It's also kind of training wheels for a dynasty league where a lot of teams are doing it for the first time and valuing picks too. Like there's been a huge learning curve of the value of picks since we've started. I've made huge mistakes. Other teams have. So to some degree, it's there to protect certain teams. It's not specifically for any specific teams, but it does help protect teams of not. I mean, think if you sold everything off for like, most teams will cap you as far as how many years of draft picks you can do, whether that's 2 or 3. You're not trading, your 2032 picks or anything. No league's doing that, but it does kind of help when everyone's still learning the value of picks. So it could be something that's shifted down the road.
I think it protects the league too, because if you have somebody shipping off all of their picks and then they just get to a point where it's like, I have no hope, like we're talking about right now, they could just quit. And then how do we fill that? If they don't have any draft picks, their team is abysmal. We might not be able to fill that spot at all. And then what do we do? So
fair enough.
That's my opinion on it. I don't think we should change it, but just because I think it could obliterate the league potentially. So
sure.
Well, speaking of obliteration, Hoppy, I'm sorry to stop.
No, it was good that we needed to talk about that, to kind of clarify a little bit. But that's my thought process. You're not, even when there's no hope in the next year or two, you're only 1 or 2 years, as long as you're smart in maintaining your draft capital and not just selling it off right away.
We'll see if you feel that way with some of these teams.
Point of emphasis is like none of these teams are really that far off, right? Because maybe next year they got rid of all of their draft picks, but the following year they might keep those draft picks and then they can kind of rebuild their team because they might have the number 1. They might get a Caleb Williams type talent or somebody of those of that magnitude. That's all I'm saying. So like, even though this is kind of the dumpster fire list, they're not very far off from getting back to some sort of relevance.
This is your way of saying, don't hate me for putting you on this list.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a nice way of saying it.
There's still hope when they go hopeless.
Like hopeless. Like I said, maybe one of these teams might be hopeless, but so like for me, an honorable mention, my idea was that like, look, we have good teams now. We'll probably be good in the next like year or two, but we don't have current draft capital necessarily. And we have like an aging player base. So that's why I kind of put myself in this honorable mention. I only have a second round pick for next year's draft. My team is good, arguably. We kind of talked about that earlier in the show, so we don't have to talk too much about like roster construction. But my players are older. They will be aging out. Keenan Allen's 31. Tyreek said he's retiring in 2 years. Travis Kelce's 36.
36.
Yeah, he's like 36, 35.
34.
So, but either way, that's kind of what I was looking at. And then I really, to fill those positions, I have a 2024 second. So that's why I put myself in this category of I'm not worried about Travis Kelce retiring next year. I'm not worried about Keenan Allen completely falling off the face of a cliff next year. I'm not worried about Tyreek Hill not being a top 5 wide receiver the next year or two. I am worried about right after that. And that's kind of where I put my category, why I put myself in the honorable mention of if I don't make correct roster adjustments within the next couple years, I'm going to be not only in a rebuild, but higher up on this dumpster fire list of like, now I have to wait 2 full years for me to get draft capital back to even start rebuilding.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I put myself in this kind of honorable mention category. What are your guys' thoughts on this?
Spit, you want to go first? Or you want me to?
You can.
Okay. It's going to be interesting to see if you should be higher up on this list, actually. So I love your team for this year. I do. I mean, we talked about that. I think it's great for this year. But the future players that you have on your team are all tied to Jordan Love. So it's Watson and Love. That's your future. And that's not trending in the right direction. It can turn around. It can change. If Jordan Love is the Packers quarterback for the next 5, 6, 7 years, and he plays well, and therefore Watson's good, that will give you a little more wiggle room to build up some, younger players. Also, when you have a good team, like your team next year, a lot can change in the NFL, but theoretically, your players no one's retiring this year. Your players will still be good. When you have a good team, you don't have good picks. So even if you keep your picks won't be as good as if you had a bad team. So you might kind of hit this point where, like, next year you've got your picks, your team's still a playoff team, you get some rookie picks, but they're not that good. The players leave, and then your team just, like, you're going to need to pull the eject cord at some point, most likely, and go through a rebuild year or two and keep those picks. Or maybe if you're trending in the wrong direction, like next year, this could be a sell team where you're taking your players and you are selling them this summer or in the beginning part of the year. It could also be a contention team. But yeah, I think spot on to be on the list. I didn't put much thought into this list other than a couple of like teams that seem like they should be on here just from, being in the league. But I think you have reason to be on here, and potentially as we go through it, you might be higher on this list than, currently.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I think with your team, you got to ride it until the wheels fall off. You're not going to blow it up until you need to blow it up. And that could be next year if things go wrong. Like if you have injuries, you might be blowing it up next year, or you could be competing for a championship next year. It would be surprising, like you're saying, if 2 years from now, if you're still competing for a championship. I don't think that will happen. Things to worry about are Jordan Love going forward. We've talked about that a lot. And yeah, as far as your team goes, I was actually kind of surprised to hear your team on here, but looking at it, I do get it. Your young guys, I'm not a fan of Watson, even if he had a good quarterback, but I'm one of the few. Brian Robinson, I don't think he's that fantastic of a player. I think he could be replaced. So yeah, I think you should be on the list. But for you, like I said, I wouldn't do anything until it's showing you that you're not going to compete pretty much for sure. And then at that point, you're going to have
That's the overall philosophy is, we're going to probably have to wait it out. There's not a whole lot I can do unless next year starts out or even the remaining part of this year. And then I'm just going to start selling people off as best I can to try to make something happen. You know, the idea in Dynasty is you want to stay relevant as long as possible. And I think my roster is solid for this year, probably next year. But then really after that, there's a lot of question marks that go into it. My depth starts to look a little less depth. You know, I have David Montgomery, who looks solid, but 2 years from now, Jahmyr Gibbs might be fully taking over.
Next year.
That's just what I'm saying is this year is fine. Next year, the year after, a lot of these questions are really going to start to like be out there. And another honorable mention, I kind of feel the same category here is Don's team, right?
Oh yeah,
our team that are very, very relevant this year, but then moving forward in the next like 1 to 2, maybe 3 years, like those question marks really start to arise. But that's a lot of teams in Dynasty. I could have put a ton of other teams, but a lot of those teams have a lot of draft capital for next year. Spit, your team, Jared's team, things like that you guys, Spitz, your team is fine. I think you have the best Dynasty outlook. We already talked about that. But teams like Jared's, that need to make those picks and hit on those picks, those teams are in a little bit better spot for the future than my team or Don's team. Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, we talked about. We don't really know the whole quarterback situation that's going to happen with his QBs. Last year, it was like, man, Justin Fields is a fantasy dynamo. And this year, it was not the same. I did not have those same feelings. And that's coming from a guy that got him in redraft and had him for 3 weeks before I got rid of him. And then, of course, he blows up. Then he gets hurt. So there's just like a lot of question marks moving forward of his team and my team. Additionally, he doesn't have draft capital either. We talked about that. 3 third-round picks this coming year. Those are basically irrelevant. Maybe you get lucky on some crazy, wide receiver, like late round wide receiver, something that nobody's expecting. But the odds of those picks turning out to be anything are pretty slim. So that's kind of why I put us in those like honorable mention category of like, we're good now, good solid roster construction. But moving forward, there's just going to be a lot more question marks, and we don't have the draft capital to fill those holes within the next year or two.
I got a couple of thoughts. The first thought, which I'm really excited about, is so Hoppy's list is the top 4 plus 2 honorable mentions. That's 6. Me and Spitz had 6 each and an honorable mention. That's 7. That means through 20 picks, 20 teams, there will be one team that is not on any one of these lists. Also, there's one team that somehow is on every single list, and that's Donley. So this list of Hoppy should be fun because we had a lot of agreements on the first 2 lists. Like I think Spitzer's list is the one that is the least controversial. It's this year. You can look at the standings. It kind of makes sense. Maybe you have different honorable mentions, but it's there. I would not put Donley on this list personally. I get where you're putting him in the same light as your team, except I think it's a very different situation. So like where you have Goff and Love, he has Kyler and Fields. Where you have Tyreek, he has Chase. Those 2 are very different. I guess your running backs, like Aaron Jones has lesser role coming for him in the future. David Montgomery, the same. Brian Robinson, I think he's not good. Donley's guys are good, but they're just getting old. But Donley, between his quarterbacks and his wide, like I can't have Donley on my future team list and then agree with you about having him be on the shit list. He's also, I hate saying this, but he's a good manager, so he'll know when to make moves for the most part and kind of set himself up. So I think he's got enough young talent amongst his receivers of Chase, Ayuk, and A.J. Brown. And yes, there are question marks concerning his quarterbacks. I think Spitz may be more in the middle. Like, me and you are here. Spitz will be more in the middle because he hates Fields. But I still think Fields will get a starting job somewhere. There's so many bad quarterbacks right now that he might be the starter for Atlanta or somewhere else, and it may not work there. We might find that out, but he'll get traded, and a team will give up enough that he'll have a year or two of being the starter somewhere. That's my best guess at this point. Will he be a starter for 7 years? Probably not. I don't think many people think that, but he's had some good games this year too after a struggling start. So I would not put Don on this list. I'm curious to see who gets omitted, what team makes none of the lists, and somehow Don made all of them. So,
yeah, no, it depends pretty much totally on Fields. If Fields is good and starts for 2 or 3 more years or whatever the case may be, Don's going to be fine. But if Fields sucks and he's not going to start, then he's in trouble. But I think he still can maneuver around and figure things out. I was watching a primetime game, one that Chicago was on with Bajent being quarterback. Collinsworth was the commentator.
Chargers.
Okay. Collinsworth said a very funny thing, and he was going on about Bajent, and he said that Bajent should be instructing Justin Fields on how to run the offense properly. I don't know if anyone caught that. I obviously did because I hate Fields and think he sucks. But there's something to it because Justin Fields drops back and he just sits around looking for people, even though they're wide open if he knew where to look for people. And he stands back there for 7 yards and then he just waits to get sacked. I mean, it happens all the time. Like his sacks, for the most part, are all on him. And if you look at the sack numbers for when Fields isn't there, they go down drastically. The guy sucks. He's awful. He can't come off a first read literally ever. Like if he comes off his first read, it takes 4 or 5 seconds and it's a miracle. The guy is so bad. So
I got to add something. So what you're talking about, I mean, I watched the game live. I was like, oh, that's interesting. We watched that game together, right? That was the weekend you were in town, I think.
Oh, yeah.
That was a Sunday night game. Allegedly, they said that people from the Bears organization planted that with Collinsworth and wanted that being said as a message to Fields. So it's not good that you're calling out your franchise quarterback.
It is 100% true, though. Like, they can't get it through his head that he needs to get the ball out quick and not just be a rockhead and stand there with the ball the whole time.
I still think there's enough upside with these quarterbacks, even if you're not bright and rosy with Fields. Kyler's not bad, and his receiving core is so good. He'll somehow trade. He'll trade Henry and Eckler and get something, or he'll trade Fields and get something. He'll realize he sucks. So I wouldn't put him on this list. I think I can't even say he's mid-tier because I put him in my top 6. So I get it though.
Yeah, I just think there's there's a world where, and this is why he wasn't officially listed, right? Like an honorable mention. There's potential here. There's a world that this completely goes awry, and he also, like you said, he's a good manager. He does have enough pieces where if he needs to adjust, he can make that happen. But it was the lack of draft capital and the question marks regarding a lot of the QB situation of, basically Kyler's coming back. His games last year, he had the injury. They were fine. He was balling. But the year before that, it was another injury thing, and it wasn't bad. It just wasn't amazing. So there's just like a world where I see that it could go awry and he could be in the doghouse. So I get all arguments for both sides of it. So, okay, I'll move on to the next
list.
This is it. This is the start of the list.
Can't wait.
The first person that I have on this list is
there tiers for this list?
You can choose.
Is there tiers? Do you have tiers?
Are there tiers? I don't. I'm trying to see. I just have the emotional damage thing, but the first one I got here, unfortunately, is Justin.
Got his picks.
And this was like a hard list again. but really no draft capital here for Justin. Has a second and a third upcoming this year. Lamar is great. I like that. Mixon has been less than stellar this year. I mean, he's starting Noah Brown. I have to look at like all of his depth here. Taylor Heineke's the second QB. He's got a very serious quarterback problem and no draft capital to fill that hole next year. Delvin Cook, Jamal Williams, Joshua Kelly, a lot of these like second stringers. He does have Debo that'll go in his lineup. So I like Debo, but just a poorly constructed roster overall. With a lot of moving forward. It's not the worst roster. We still got 3 other teams that I think could be in a situation. So, but you have to understand, right? The quarterback situation isn't super fantastic, right? Jimmy, Desmond Ridder, there's potential where Heineke has serviceable games, kind of like where he's at, but that's really where he's going to be at, 12, maybe 15 points every week. Arthur Smith likes to run the ball, doesn't like to put the ball in the hands of his playmakers. That defense is very mid. Bateman, like I said, Noah Brown, Joe Mixon is not been super fantastic. Most recent games were all right, but what are your thoughts on this one?
Should I go last because I have his picks?
Sure.
Okay.
No, I agree with you. I mean, he's got one viable quarterback, and the rest of his good players, they're all old. Honestly, he should, in my opinion, try to make the playoffs. Probably not going to work. And then after that, I think he's got to blow it up kind of entirely. There's not a good enough young players on the team at all. So I'll keep it short and sweet there.
Yeah.
All right. I have a lot to say. So the first thing is when he drafted the team at the startup draft, he had an early pick and he took Pat Mahomes. He almost took Javonte Williams with that first pick. Rumor had it, which would have been the final nail in the coffin for this team. But he drafted a really good team last year at the startup. It's probably a really good redraft team with a less emphasis on dynasty. And again, I had an awful draft. Spitz had a really bad draft. Like, there's a lot of things I wish I could have done differently. But Justin drafted I think he made the playoffs last year. Like he was, or maybe he just missed it. I forget. But he had a competitive team. He had Pat Mahomes and a whole bunch of good skill players. He had no real quarterback too. I think he ended up trading for Jimmy Garoppolo towards the end of the year with like Vice or something. But this team right now, if I was him, I know Spitz is saying hang on and try and battle. And me and Spitz have different opinions that we have incentives to want these teams to do. But if he's sitting at 7-11, the gas station, 7-Eleven has Circle Cup, rocks. I would blow this team up right now before the trade deadline because this team is not making the playoffs. And Hoppy, you kind of hit it on the nail. You don't want to be mean, but it's an example of poor roster management because his best players are aging running backs. And you see so right now Kamara and Mixon have value. You know what had value last year? Delvin Cook. You know who's on this team? Delvin Cook. You know none of us are going to talk about it except for me right now? Delvin Cook. He's 28 and he's irrelevant. He's the third string running back for the Jets behind Michael Carter. He's not even rosterable at this point. Is that going to happen to Mixon next year or Kamara? Like it could happen to both those guys. So he should be this team's not making the playoffs. And if it does, they're not winning any games. He should take this. And he just lost Goddard for, next 4 to 6 game stretch probably. So he has no tight end. His receivers aren't great. He should be taking this team, blowing it up and trading for picks to contender teams or trading for players. Like he made a trade with Jackie, which I think was a bad trade for him. He traded DJ Moore in a second for Alvin Kamara and Jaden Reed. And why a team that was potentially going to be blowing it up traded for an older running back and gave up draft capital? I have no idea. And gave up a younger receiver? Like I wouldn't do that. My takeaway is you want quarterbacks and wide receivers, running backs, change all the time. You need to sell guys before they don't have any value, because if you would have traded Delvin Cook last year, he's getting a first for Delvin Cook. I traded Elvin Kamara last year for a first, and I had numerous people who wanted. I got to choose which first I wanted for Elvin Kamara. Can he trade Kamara right now for a first? Probably not. But if he's at 7-11 and sitting in 10th place, he's closer to the bottom than he is to the top. I would trade these guys to a contending team, get what you can, and try and start this rebuild now, because like, he does have Lamar, and Lamar is a great quarterback who's going to have, like, that is a great cornerstone to still have. He's not going to be a 10-year quarterback because of his play style, but he could be a 5-year guy still. And then you take some of these.
He is on the bench, so he does have Debo to help build around a little bit too.
Yeah, Debo's, but like his guys when he drafted them, these aren't young players. These are guys in their prime. Like Debo's in his prime. Godwin's in his prime. Pittman, I guess, is younger, and we don't know where he'll be next year. Goddard is in his prime. I think he needs to trade some of these guys before they fall off the cliff, and not trade them for nothing. Like, he should still get either picks, or he should get younger guys that have some upside but aren't quite at the same level to a contending team. Like, heck, you could argue trading. I don't know. Do you trade Debo for Christian Watson if you're a Packer believer? Maybe. Do you try trading Kamara or Mixon to a team like Dave and get Dameon Pierce and Jalen Warren? I haven't put a lot of thought into this, but I think you need to start making some stuff, especially with the running backs here, to get guys that have more future, because otherwise what's going to happen is this team isn't good enough right now to make the playoffs. It will become worse next year, and he doesn't have the draft capital to refill it up. Now, I am biased because I have his picks, but that's my take.
All right, yeah. So Spit's kind of short and sweet. So let's move on to the next one here. This is just gonna get real ugly, I feel like, real quick. Everybody, I like how I'm the bad guy here and have to break everybody's like, hey, you have a shitty team and you have no hope. So speaking of that, the next pick I have here is going to be somewhere else down the list. We're going to go with Eric here. He is sitting at 4-14 this season. And again, these are kind of the rules. Not a lot of he does have some draft capital, including potentially a really good pick, 2 really good picks. So he could turn this around. But again, just bad roster construction. There's just a lot of holes here. He does have Jalen Hurts to kind of build around. But really, other than that, not a lot of hope. The running back situation isn't great. The wide receiver situation isn't fantastic. There is potential here. And he just did the trade to get another first rounder, right? So, that's good for him. But, Terry McLaurin hasn't looked super fantastic all year. There's just like a lot of question marks here. And again, even with the additional draft capital, I don't know how you turn it around in the next couple of years. Because you don't have anybody that necessarily anybody wants to trade for, right? So like you gave away probably your number one piece in Jamar Chase in return for some draft capital, but not really helping to fill out like your roster whatsoever. So now you're really in a situation where if you want to be relevant in the next year or two, you're going to have to sell off like Jalen Hurts. You don't really have anybody else that's like extremely valuable on here. We talked about Watson earlier, but like AJ Dillon, Tajay Spears. There's an argument to be George Pickens can ascend, but McLaurin's aging. Khalil Shakir could be an ascension player as well, but that's a big question mark. It's pretty much Stephon Diggs and Dalton Kincaid, and then a huge drop off after that. And KJ Osborne is looking like the odd man out when everybody's healthy there. It's just not a really good situation that I feel like he's in. At least I feel like Justin has a little bit more. If you're going to talk about Lamar to Jalen Hurts, there's a comparable argument there. And then I like Debo and I like some of the other wide receivers that Justin has, but they're both in a bad running back situation, both in a bad like bench situation. There's just not a lot going on here. And it's going to be really hard if he doesn't hit on these picks. It's going to be really hard for him to maintain relevance like moving forward.
Yeah. So he's got 2 probably top 5 picks. He can get 2 potential cornerstone players there. The rebuild for him, it's going to be a couple years, I think, but it can be done relatively quick. I mean, that's not quick, but he could definitely be competing big time in a couple years, in my opinion. Does he want to trade Hurts? I don't know. He would get a bundle for it, and that would change everything out around entirely. How long do you think Hurts is going to play is kind of the question, and be at a top level? I'm not sure. 4 years, 5 years, maybe longer. If you think it's longer, then you can keep him. If not, then you might want to get rid of him. But like you're saying, there's not a ton on the team right now besides Hurts. Those players that he's picking in the first round could be big time difference makers though, and kind of change everything around. And next year after he has another draft, and as long as he doesn't get rid of any young players and he continues to kind of build, he could definitely be competing at the end of next year as long as he hits on those draft picks. So, but yeah, now it's not looking good.
I would say, for not what this is about, but for this year, he has the worst team. The Chase trade solidified that his team sucks this year. But from a rebuild dynasty standpoint, I'd rather be in his situation than Justin's. Long-term wise, I'd rather be in his spot than your spot, Hoppy. I think he'll have 2 of the top 4 picks, maybe top 5, and he's going to, because other teams are going to need quarterbacks so bad, like he's going to be able to shift that to get huge pieces. And you can fill in the gaps elsewhere, but he's going to have his cornerstones set. It, like Spitz said, it might take a year or 2. It's awful right now. This team's awful. But part of the reason I think he traded Chase is because they wanted to be awful this year and they wanted to solidify getting the top pick. Pat's team is falling apart right now, so that works out well for them. Definitely brighter days ahead. I think it'd probably be an honorable mention for me. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just like overall, like what we talked about, this team's not good right now. But yeah, there's definitely a world that they can easily turn this around. They hit on those 2 draft picks. The problem with the draft pick thing is he doesn't necessarily have the shotgun approach like you, Mike, or Spitz have, where you have a lot of draft capital. Mm-hmm. And so you can kind of spread it out a little bit more. Like he has to hit on these 2. And in a draft class that's extremely strong, you have to decide which of those players do you think is going to be. It's not as easy as being like, oh, there's 6 good quarterbacks. Well, I'll take 2 of them. You have to really decide, are those 2 QBs or is that help going to be more beneficial than all of these other players? Let's just say you go with Caleb Williams and he ends up being a big bust, and like a guy like Quinn Ewers, and I'm just throwing that out there to be very polarizing, not that I believe this or anything, but like Quinn Ewers ends up being the best QB. You're probably missing on Quinn Ewers, right? You're probably going to take Caleb Williams. You're going to listen to the analysts and stuff like that when you're doing your research. Yep. And so even though he has 2 top 5 picks, there's a very realistic world where he misses on both of those picks, and they picks the 2 wrong quarterbacks in a strong QB class. And he's
like Young over Stroud.
Yeah, I was just going to say Bryce Young over Stroud. I was on the Bryce Young side, but he hasn't really looked that good. Granted, he has no weapons. He went to literally the worst team in the league. There's an argument to be made that he'll be just fine down the road. but that doesn't help his team immediately either, right? If he makes that mistake and misses on those QBs or takes Marvin Harrison Jr. instead of second QB or you know what I'm saying? There's just a more realistic possibility that he misses and he's stuck in this like bad situation where nobody wants these young draft pick guys. And again, it's just like that emphasis on the, like, oh, he can just turn it around because he's got these top 5 picks. I don't think that's necessarily realistic to think that, oh, this year he'll just fix all these holes and then he'll be back to being fairly relevant again.
Yeah, you got to hit him.
I think this is years away.
Not that I want to give this team any advice, but they should be making some more trades before the deadline and getting rid of some of these players to stock up on, brighter future. So there's 2 that stand out to me. I won't say who, but there's 2 that stand out to me that they should try and move. So.
All right, here, number 2. This is probably the most controversial one on this list, in my opinion. And I have a feeling you guys will not agree with me whatsoever on this pick. I think this is a big one here. I'm going to go with Mr. Vice.
Wow.
This is a crazy one. Vice has relevancy right now. He's a fringe playoff team. We talked about him in the honorable mention part. Overall roster construction isn't bad. But, Mike, your point of emphasis was strong, young wide receivers. You don't really care necessarily about running backs, and you like the quarterback play. So for his quarterbacks, he has Dak Prescott, which is fine. I think that's a fine dynasty pick. And then Gardner Minshew. So Gardner Minshew doesn't have a job next year. So he's out there. Though strong, young wide receivers. Devonta Adams, strong wide receiver. Old. Calvin Ridley, just not great. And that might be like a Trevor Lawrence thing too, that he hasn't really, he went from playing really well to not playing as well. But Michael Thomas is the other one. Like, he's got a really solid baseline of about 5 to 10 points, and that's about it. I do like Laporta, but again, tight ends, they're kind of a crapshoot, unless you have Andrews or Kelsey. And even in Dynasty, Kelsey's an arguable one to have as a person that has them. But it's just not overall great roster construction. There's not a lot of bench guys that I really think I would put in there. We're rocking Quentin Johnston. We talked about how he's been a big disappointment as being somebody that could be really relevant in a high-powered offense. He does have Josh Palmer and Daniel Jones on the IR. Who knows what happens with those guys when they come back? Palmer back sooner rather than later, but Daniel Jones, who knows? Who really knows what happens with that? And then if you look at it, he's got no picks next year. Not even a 3rd rounder, which is fairly irrelevant to begin with. But now you're looking at 2025. You're going to have to sell some of these pieces. And there's not a whole lot of pieces that I feel like a lot of people want. Now, I didn't talk about the running backs. He does have Jonathan Taylor and Ramondre Stevenson, which are solid running backs that you probably want in Dynasty. But Jonathan Taylor, is he going to be in a timeshare with Zach Moss all year this year? What happens next year? Does he just get, is that read option thing really going to work out for him? Or is Anthony Richardson going to really eat into his rushing attempts? I just think there's a lot of question marks with the running backs. Who knows what happens in New England? That whole situation could be blown up by the end of the year. We don't even know if Bill Belichick's going to be there next year. So there's just a lot of question marks surrounding the running backs. I'm very interested to hear your guys' opinion on this whole thing. I don't think he has a bad team right now, but looking forward, there is a very serious cliff he's about to hit, and that could happen. That could happen this year. That could very well happen this year.
Fitz, I got a question for you. So I didn't have a list of this one. This is definitely the most interesting list. Thanks, Hoppy, for volunteering to. Well, not volunteering. Thank you for delivering.
Yes, I was assigned this.
I kind of executing this list first. I went ahead and I just made my top 6, if you will. Did you do that too, Spitz? Do you have?
I did not. No.
Okay, I challenge you to try and look at that when someone else is chatting. But yeah, you can give your thoughts on this one and I'll share.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't think he should be that much lower. I get what you're saying, Hoppy. It most likely to me will be one quarterback next year, but it's not a guarantee. Daniel Jones could be the quarterback there. He could be the quarterback somewhere else if they trade him. No, nobody's taking on that contract. He still could be there. Jonathan Taylor, I think Jonathan Taylor is going to be good. He might not get a ton of touchdowns like you're alluding to. I think he's going to get a ton of yards. He'll still get some touchdowns. He's got other good players that it might not be a train wreck at receiver is a question, but I get where you're coming from that it's a concern for sure. But I don't think it should be that high or low, however you want to say it on your list.
On my list I just made up, I had Vice at number 5 on this list, and then I switched him to 4 with someone who probably won't even be on your list. I think I have 2 people obviously on my list that won't even be on yours, so we can kind of talk about that afterwards. Dak's going to be the guy for a while. His running backs are still young enough that, well, you were talking about young Najee, so he'll be around for a little bit. His receivers are old and aging out. That's a huge concern. Laporte is a great young tight end. He's got no picks. So I think there's reason to have him on the list. There's other teams I'm more concerned about. Like I'd be more concerned about Justin's team than this team. I'd rather have Lamar than Dak slightly, but I'd easily rather have Vice's running backs. And the wide receivers,
I think Justin should have been a little bit higher for sure.
Yeah, and the wide receivers, I'd rather have Justin's, but not enough to flip it. I think Vice has made some trades this year that if Vice didn't make some of these trades, if he still kept Puka, if he still kept Stroud, he wouldn't be on this list. Or maybe he'd be, like 6 or something. So I get it. And one thing about Vice is he's super active, so he will keep making trades nonstop. He knows his football and he watches a ton of college football. So don't be surprised to see him trade back into the draft. And if there's a guy that he likes at a good value, he'll trade one of these older expiring guys and gets maybe to me. Maybe we just keep making trades back and forth. But I think it makes sense to have him on the list. I just don't have him I wouldn't have it number 2.
This is all fair. Again, this list was like a hard one to do. I don't think it's like a clear-cut thing because, again, he doesn't have any draft picks this coming year, but then he gets all of his draft picks the following year. As long as he's smart with roster construction and draft capital, he could very well turn this around. I'm just not a huge fan of the wide receivers besides Devontae. And Devontae, the quarterback situation there is rough, right? Like I see a world where it goes both ways for Devontae, right? There's a world that he comes back to being like completely relevant because he's just force-fed the ball, which he would excel at. And there's also a world that Aiden O'Connell is absolutely terrible and can't get the ball downfield or to him whatsoever. So Calvin Ridley, this guy is playing for a contract, trying to get off that rookie contract. It's not looking good. And he's got a really bad matchup this week, but aside, but Michael Thomas is,
a dinosaur.
Hannibal, couple catches for a handful of yards, nothing serious. The touchdowns have just completely gone away. So it's on the cusp of not being good. And there's not a bench people that he has that he can sub in that I believe would be better than the starting people that he has. I mean, Ramondre he's sporadic. Last week was good. 6 points before that. He's, 2.4, 5, 6.7. Like, you don't want that from your running back. That's terrible. Like, you want double digits minimum. You want close to 20 points every week. And he is probably not going to be able to produce that. And then Jonathan Taylor is going to be fine. I'm not really worried about Jonathan Taylor necessarily. But again, there is a world when Anthony Richardson comes back, because they haven't played together, that he vultures a lot of those touches, a lot of those rushes, a lot of those touchdowns. So I'm just saying there is a world. I hear your arguments both ways, but the lack of draft capital, the lack of strong young wide receivers, and basically having a one QB going into next year. That's the reason why he was on this list. I had a feeling this was going to be a controversial one. But
it makes sense what you're saying. And JT has been a disappointment. The amount of carries that he's given to Zach Moss, maybe that just kind of is no longer the case, but I get it. And Calvin Ridley has not lived up to the hope of him in this preseason either. So, no, I get it.
Okay, question for you both before we go into the last one. Who do you think I have as the number one dumpster fire option here? What are we feeling?
Is it the heteros?
I don't think it's either of the heteros. I think it might be Mr. Howard.
Is that what you're thinking?
Probably. Now, hey, I got a question for you before you reveal your number one. Do you see tiers in your list?
Do I have tiers in my list?
Yeah. Do you see this? Is there like groupings? Did you group these people together in or no?
No, I just kind of looked at it, and like I said, my initial thought was this was pretty solid, and I feel like I had good arguments for it, but I would definitely move Justin up. I'd probably swap Vice and Justin, I think.
Okay.
It's tough. Eric's team, they're all not good right now.
Let's do this.
Probably
Give your number one. We'll talk about it, and then me and Spitz can kind of tell you differing viewpoints on list in general.
Well, it's Mr. Pat Howard. This one wasn't really hard for me to pick. I took one look at this, and I'm like, nope, this is it. This is the number one. 0 draft capital, and just not a whole lot going on here in the roster construction. Puka, right?
Yep.
Puka's probably the shining, silver lining here. But other than that, not fantastic. Not a good QB. I don't know why he's got Cooper Rush in his starting lineup, but yeah, this just is not looking good. Pat's very quick to sell all of his draft picks right away. So I have no hope that he hangs on to any of his 2025 or potentially 2026 if we ever were to change that rule next year, but I totally understand that. But so I have this draft picks category down here at the bottom. I'm like, okay, that's gone. So he has no draft picks. There's nobody here in the taxi squad that I'm like, oh yeah, that guy's going to ascend next year. It's Puka, and that's about it. What are your thoughts here?
So Mike has heard me talk about this before. A couple of years ago, I inherited a team, and I took it over, and it was the worst fantasy football team I've ever seen. It was worse than Pats. And it was a dynasty league. The best player, not exaggerating, the most valuable player at that time was Sam Darnold. And he was 2 or 3 years into his career. We already knew that he was not looking good.
Mm-hmm.
The best other player was Laviska Shenault, who people thought was going to be good. It was the worst team I had ever seen. I did have 3 first-rounders, but they're all towards the end of the first round. I sold like anybody that had any value, and I ended up literally releasing like 12 or 13 guys. That's how awful it was. Just terrible. It took me a couple years, but like now my team is pretty good. I have Lamar, Kenneth Walker, Pollard, um, Metcalf, Deontay Johnson, Devonta. So, I mean, it can be done, but you have to commit to it. Like, you can't be buying these older players trying to compete now, and then you're not going to compete because this is going to be every year if you do that. Where maybe you get into the middling category, you probably won't most of the time. But if you keep doing this, you're not going to make the playoffs, and you're never going to make the playoffs ever. But if you commit to your rebuild, like Mike did, and do it correctly, you can turn it around a lot quicker than you might think. And Pat knows college football very well, and he watches it, and he knows what players are good. So he can do it. It's just a matter of doing it. And yeah, you got Puka, so you have a building block there. Ford might be a decent player. You can keep him, or you can trade him for a young receiver. But I wouldn't take on any more older players if you can get rid of any of them. You want to do it now. Like Thielen has some value. You probably won't have any next year. Lockett, get rid of him for some sort of draft picks or something to that effect. Yeah, anybody that has any value, get rid of him. You can keep Geno just to have a quarterback, I guess, but that's my opinion on the team. And you have to commit to your rebuild, or else it's going to be a mess every year.
Yeah, it was kind of the obvious choice for pick number 1. 3 weeks ago or so, Pat was, I think, in the playoffs if it ended at that point. His team was basically overachieving. You know, he had Thielen, who's outproducing what he's supposed to, DeAndre Swift, who, from most people's opinion, outproducing what he was supposed to. And he wants to always win now, which is tough for him. Like, you know, he made the trade going into the year. We didn't talk about this one, but he traded his first and second. I don't know if it's third too, but first and second to get Geno Smith, Jeff Wilson, and Gabe Davis, I think. And Geno hasn't looked good this year. He's been bad. Jeff Wilson doesn't have a role. Gabe Wilson got traded. Like, he makes so many trades. Like, he sometimes he makes good trades. Sometimes they're bad trades, in my opinion. He did say, so he's an avid Sunday fun day guy, comes over and watches football when he doesn't have to work. And he said that next year he's not going to trade his pick, but he's going to keep it, and he's going to commit to the rebuild. I think that's the right choice. I think it's a no-brainer. I don't benefit from saying this, but I agree 100%. It'd be hard for Pat to do it, but he should take anyone on this team that has any kind of value this year and trade him. So, like Geno Smith, trade him. Thielen, trade him. Lockett, trade him. Beckham, if you can get anything, trade him. Schultz, trade him. DeAndre Swift, you should trade DeAndre Swift. Like, that'd be a good guy to trade away. And just try and get something. I'd keep Puka. That's it. That's the only guy I'd keep on this team. You can keep Jerome Ford if you want. I'd probably trade him too. And it's unfortunate because he doesn't have his pick. He won't get it back. He's not going to get that. I mean, literally, that was part of the Jamar Chase trade. But yeah, he always wants to win. He wants to compete. He wants to play for the week. So it'll come. He can break it down and build it up. It won't be this year because he doesn't have his picks. But he should probably start it now and then commit to it next year. And hopefully in 2 years have the start of a new team. Just it's going to be tough for him to do it.
Yeah, this is honestly like one of the hardest parts in Dynasty is understanding that it's probably not happening. You need to sell, hang on to those draft picks, because coming from like a redraft perspective, you want to be relevant, and there's ways to change things around pretty quickly in redraft by getting pieces together and stuff like that. In a Dynasty, like having this like long-term outlook on your team, on the league, understanding like draft classes that are coming out, you know, knowing when to go all in, when to sell your team is really hard and challenging. And I'm not saying that just for Pat, but for everybody out there. Committing to a rebuild is tough. basically to saying my team's not good and I have to start selling pieces and try to figure out what I can do for next year. It's tough because you might win a couple weeks in there, like you always had the joke when you won that one matchup earlier this year, Mike, of how you were all in now, and
Yeah.
but like stuff like that happens where like maybe you feel like you have this glimmer of hope when realistically your team just kind of overperformed for a couple weeks or something like that, and you're like, nope, I shouldn't be doing this. I need to like focus on my rebuild. And it's, we're 2 years in. It's only going to get more and more competitive as this league continues. Right now, I feel like there is a disparity between the top and the bottom teams here. But in 2 years, it might be a lot more even across the board. We might even have an even more dominant team that has like emerged through the draft, through everything. So, yeah, Mr. Spitz down there with his
This asshole right here.
So I'm just saying, like, it's just interesting to. This was by far one of the hardest lists because,
You hurt
like you
people's
said,
feelings.
he's not giving up his 2025 pick. I find that very hard to believe. I immediately, when I made this list, I said, okay, he's got 2025, all of his picks, those are gone. And the next year when 2026 rolls around, those are probably gone too. But if he does hang on to his picks, there is a chance, he needs to sell a lot of these players right now to get some sort of value for him. There is a world in the next couple of years that he can turn it around too.
Yeah, even if he hangs on to his picks, he's still ranked properly because it's what you currently have. That's just more of a looking down the road kind of thing. Spitz, did you do a list? You have
No.
top 6? Okay.
I did not.
So I threw one together, and basically there's 2 teams we haven't talked about that didn't make any of these lists. It's Knicks and Kirill's. I would have Kirill's my honorable mention in the number 5 spot. My list would have gone Hoppy at 6, Kirill at 5, Vice at 4, Justin at 3, Nick at 2, and Pat at 1. So we're not going to go through all these teams because it's 4 hours long, but we can talk a little bit about Kirill and Nick's team. So
Sure.
Kirill's team, he's got some really good young star power. He does. Richardson and Lawrence, I mean, I just said it. It's maybe my number 2 quarterback tandem. So, and he's an honorable mention in my list. He's not, at the top of it because he has those guys. And in a perfect world, if you could switch having young elite running backs for young elite wide receivers when you don't have a contend now team, you do it because they have longer lifespans. Pitts is not panned out. He's got Javonte, Brees, and Bijan. They're great players. And then his wide receivers are just awful. He's got Metcalf, and then it's Mooney, Jamison Williams, Treylon Burks, Tyquan Thornton, Darius Slayton, Martavius Bryant. There's no depth on this team other than Michael Mayer. And unfortunately, he still has a first, but he traded away all of his other picks he traded away his top draft capital. So he doesn't have enough draft capital to fill in the blanks on this team. Spitz is probably right. He probably needs to trade some star power either this year, next, or sometime, but he needs to hit on his drafts. It's a team that doesn't need to be at the top of this list, but I think there should be some concern around this because he's just like, you've got some big swing and misses with Jameson, with, Treylon, with Trey Lance. It's not, that's my thought
on this list, mainly because he does have a first rounder. Granted, it is from Nick, so it'll be middle first round, whatever, maybe towards the front end of it.
Mm-hmm.
But Anthony Richardson coming back next year. So there you go. There's your QB. So you don't have to worry about that necessarily. Trevor Lawrence, you got 2 solid young QBs. Bijan Robinson, who was the number 1 overall pick last year, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
I think that's an amazing base. I mean, Brees Hall, I think he's been able to do what he's been able to do on the Jets. And I think the Jets are looking like they're an Aaron Rodgers away from being very relevant. I think Brees Hall's stock goes way up if Aaron Rodgers comes back in any capacity like he was before. that's why he wasn't on the list, mainly for that, because I feel like they're big enough people. DK as a wide receiver is a fine wide receiver to have. Only 4 years in, he's going to be really good. The other two, Jamison Williams, whatever. Darnell Mooney, But again, you do have the draft that you can get, arguably like Marvin Harrison Jr. or something like that. And there's just enough here to work with that you can make these trades to be relevant. So that's why he wasn't on the list for me. He does have a little bit of draft capital, including, like I said, including a first round next year. And there's enough here that next year, this team, last year was the same situation, right? Where he had all these guys, they were young, talented. A lot of them were hurt. He was like, okay, next year is going to be my year. Then he goes out and he gets Bijan and Anthony Richardson. And now a bunch of injuries and a bunch of other stuff happened. And so now he's back in the same spot. So now it's like, okay, now next year, right? So I don't think he's multiple years off. I think he's maybe 1 year off from being like a relevant, like maybe not necessarily a contender, but a fringe playoff team potentially. But also there's a world that he goes up and really dominates and could be a contender. So that's why he wasn't on it for me.
I'm going to interject really quick here before Spitz, but I think so there's nothing wrong. Like, he's got great young star power. The issue with his team is it's like a borderline obsession with having young potential players. And what would make this team a lot better is if he still had some of these young stars, but he balanced it with better depth pieces. He's trying to have all of his depth pieces being these really young guys. Like, he had Devontae Adams and Derrick Henry, and he ended up trading that for Trey Lance and DK Metcalf. That trade made his team worse. He had Christian Kirk. He traded it for Jamison Williams. That made his team worse. And it's because of the pursuit of chasing younger. Like, I get that. Hobby, you talked about this. Age is important in Dynasty, but it's not the be-all, end-all. You need some kind of a balance between, like, next year when my team hopefully tries to contend and be a little bit better, if I want to have any shot of being more of a playoff-worthy team, I need to add some veterans. I need to add some guys who actually have a role and can produce with some young talent and kind of blend that together. On this team, there's no blending. Like, other than his newest pickups of Carson Wentz and Martavis Bryant, everyone there is young, and the young guys aren't good. So they're not, and the guys that are older that are better don't get play time. Like, Darius Slayton doesn't get played over some of these other younger guys that don't have a role in the team. So I think with the draft and some good trades, you could turn around real quick. But you kind of got to get off this lust for the young potential player and give a little more value to some of these guys in their 27, 28 years old that it can, like, why trade Christian Kirk? Why do that? It doesn't. I mean, he knows this. I've talked to him about these trades, but that's my thought.
Yeah, no, I think what you guys are saying is making sense for sure. Those running backs too, they're going to be in better situations next year. I mean, they've been in bad situations. Breece Hall, you already talked about Hoppy. That guy's awesome. For him to do what he does with that train wreck of an offense is amazing because he's that good. And if he gets Aaron Rodgers or somebody competent at quarterback, he could easily be a top 2 running back. And same with Bijan. If they get a different coach, which it probably won't happen, but if he does and they actually start giving him the ball at the goal line, he's going to be awesome. Javonte is getting better from that injury. So he's got a lot of good pieces, and if he was willing to sell off one of them, like Breece or Bijan, maybe after they show a game or two of being awesome next year, I mean, he could get picks if he wanted to. Yep. He could get a combination of young players and, like you're saying, Mike, older players like Michael Thomas, who's not good. We already talked about that, but he would be a throw-in. I mean, those type of players would be a throw-in, but they would get you 8 points a game.
Yep.
And, make you viable, and you would be probably a playoff team right there, just because you have so much else. And if you have Indy's quarterback Richardson, I mean, he makes you go from 8 points a game with Zach Wilson to 25. I mean, it's a huge difference. So I don't think he's that far away. I think he's got to break up one of those top 2 running backs, and maybe after they show how good they are next year if they're in different situations. So
let your stars carry you, and let your depth/utility players not kill you.
Yep.
What's funny, before we move on, I want to hear we want to break down Nick's team before we head out. But your argument that you were making about how youth isn't always, the argument that I've been saying too, is the same argument of why I believe that Jordan Love and the Packers can turn it around. Youngest team in the league, no experienced weapons. They needed to not do that. They needed to have more veterans on their team. There's other issues in there, but that's it's always a very standout thing for me seeing that. You're like, geez, what did you guys do?
They put him in an awful situation. I told Mike that right from the start. It's a train wreck waiting to happen. Just no experience at all at receiver or tight end. And yeah, they put Love in a very bad situation this year. I will agree with you on that.
That's why I'm not willing to give up on him quite yet. But yeah, either way, in a dynasty league, my philosophy when I went in, and this is why I was relevant last year, I made really good offseason acquisitions as well to put myself in a situation. But I remember right at the trade deadline, I was kind of a fringe playoff team. I'm like, I might make it, but I don't know if I'll actually be able to win. Maybe I upset one of these teams and I can go into the championship. But I ended up making a trade. I don't remember what the trade was exactly, but I did trade Nick for Keenan Allen to really help push my team. I think Keenan Allen was hurt. And so Nick wanted some fulfillment on the roster spot. I knew Keenan Allen was an aging player. So I was able to trade this veteran, solid wide receiver. Unfortunately, it didn't mean anything. I did lose to Dave, I believe, in the first round. But that was the philosophy of, all right, I have these pieces. Let's make this happen. Let's trade some of this youth that maybe Nick values more, that maybe these teams value more. We'll get these veteran guys. We'll have a small window of opportunity to win a championship. And then we're going to have to focus on a rebuild.
You want to know what the trade was?
Going in. What was it?
So it was actually with Pat.
Pat.
And, yep, you got Keenan, and he got Rondale Moore and Michael Carter.
Oh, yeah. That was a good one for me. Moving on.
And then I traded Tyler Lockett for Rondale Moore and Michael Carter myself. Right afterwards to Pat. So
dynasty trades are fun, dude. Dynasty trades are fun. So again, did you say you had Nick on this list?
Nick is my number 2. I don't know how he's omitted from your list. This team is on the cliff.
I can tell you how he's omitted from my list.
This team is on the cliff. They're headed over, and there is no future in sight. So defend the team before I break it apart.
Well, I like the emergence of Jordan Addison. I think he's been really solid. He's going to probably continue to be pretty solid. He's a great young piece to help kind of build your wide receiving core around. Kenneth Walker. I mean, we can talk about Zach Charbonnet all you want, but Kenneth Walker's the dude there. Maybe having some bad weeks currently, but I think that's fine. And then you got to look at his IR, right? So Aaron Rodgers was supposed to be really great. That puts his team again into a significantly better position where he can maybe move some of these pieces around. He doesn't have to start Cortland Sutton. I just didn't look at his team as being absolute dumpster fire. I think Aaron Rodgers comes back, Nick Chubb comes back, Mike Williams comes back. I mean, this team can be relevant next year. There's a world that it happens. Even though he's got some aging pieces, I would put him in a very similar category with my team if his team wasn't super hurt. He's kind of in a win now mode. He needs to just go for a championship. And then in a year or two, when everybody kind of falls off that age cliff or retires, whatever, then you go into rebuild mode. So if anything, he's in as an honorable mention. And I just I'm just not willing to count his team out next year when these guys return from injury, and maybe not in the same capacity, but you have to put Nick Chubb in the lineup. You have to put Aaron Rodgers in your lineup. And that fills out this like starting roster a lot better. You're not just relying on a handful of people. And if Will Levis is any good, as we keep talking about, DeAndre Hopkins is now relevant again. 32 points in a tough matchup. Pittsburgh on the road on a Thursday night game in a short week. 11 targets. I mean, that's what you want to see. So there's a world that he's relevant next year. And then again, his window is small. He's got to focus on rebuild probably in a year or two. Similar with my team.
Ride it until the wheels fall off. I agree.
Sometimes.
I disagree. I think this team, I'd rather have your team, definitely Hoppy. I'd rather have Justin's team. Yeah, Addison's good, but if Jefferson sticks around, Addison, the 2 quarterback questions, Rachaad White, I'm not a fan of him. He's been pretty good the back half. Kenneth Walker, there's at the very least question marks around how dominant of a role he'll have on the team. And then the guys that you mentioned because we're talking long-term here, he could be a fringe playoff team next year. Sure. Rodgers will come back. But his quarterback situation is Russ and Rodgers. So that's not good. He doesn't have a first. He got rid of that for Rachaad White, which I think was a bad trade. He's got Nick Chubb, one leg Nick Chubb coming back to whatever role. Rodgers will have 1 year left. Mike Williams can't play more than 4 games a year. This team is about ready to fall apart. It's not good. It's fine this year. It's a fine redraft team, but the team continues to get, every year this team will just get worse. So, and once one of his quarterbacks, like, what's he going to do with quarterback? Doesn't even have his picks.
Well, he's probably going to have to make some trades if he wants that to happen. But,
Mike Evans is old. DeAndre Hopkins is 31. Hopkins next year will be AJ Green in Arizona. So Mike Evans and Hopkins are gone. So like you have Addison, and that's it. Cortland Sutton sucks. Brandon Cooks is old and out of the league. Devontae Parker sucks. Westbrook Akine is not good. He's got 3 good tight ends for what it's worth. 4 if you include Musgraves. Mike Williams can't stay healthy, and he'll be 30 next year. He can't stay healthy. So he's got old quarterbacks with maybe a year or 2 for Russ. He's got old receivers. He's got injured running backs and guys losing. Like, this team needs to be high on this list. Spitz, thoughts?
It needs to be on the list. Yeah. Once again, we're kind of disagreeing on what he should do. He could start a rebuild right away. I would just see what you could potentially do next year. Yeah, I see where you're coming from for sure, because it could be awful next year. But at that point, I guess you're getting rid of everybody. But I see your point too, where you're trying to get a higher value on him. So it's whatever he wants to do. If he wanted to start selling on Mike Evans, and I can't remember who else he has in the starting lineup, he could do that because they've been producing.
Hopkins,
Addison. Yeah.
Maybe you go and you trade Russell Wilson for Sam Howell. Maybe you go and you trade Mike Evans for, I don't even know, someone who's younger. Like, Mike Evans is great this year. You want on your team, but this team isn't good enough to do anything this year. Not realistically. So you should start, like, Mike Evans. Yeah, there's a lot of guys on this team that should be traded this year. Just my opinion.
But you could go either way, I think.
You can keep those young running backs, Walker and White. They're young. You can keep them.
It definitely makes sense to get rid of Evans because he's been so good, and playoff team should want him.
Yeah, and Hopkins. Like, trade those guys, get some younger guys that have some upside, and take your chances of this year and put it into next year. If Nick makes some trades, it's impossible to communicate with the guy. He responds once every 3 days, so it'll be hard for him to make trades. But if he makes some trades in the week and a half that's left here, he could switch this around real quick and be set up for success next year.
Well, yeah, that completes my list. I feel like we talked about every team now, right? Every team has gotten a little shout out on our 4-hour podcast.
You got it.
We got another 4 hours, right?
Holy shit. No, I had a great time talking with you guys. They're really fun. It's just, I am exhausted. But the longer podcast hopefully makes up for not doing 2 weeks of podcasting for the last.
You got 10 weeks to listen to this podcast before we even think about making another one. So,
oh my God. Yeah. Off season will be really fun after everything kind of shakes out the way we talked about it or not. So
has there been a Dynasty podcast?
This is it.
Okay.
this is the first one.
You're a guest. You're not only a guest host, but also a regular. So it's
Great.
and
I'm honored.
One of one.
everybody, the next podcast, if you're still listening, stay tuned for Spitzer's hot takes from the hot tub. So it's gonna be great. You won't want to miss it.
Oh man. All right, let's get out of here. I'm gonna cue this intro music and kind of get it going. But yeah, thanks again for listening. Hope you guys had a great time. Hopefully you listened all the way. Got the chapters and everything. We'll be back next week, me and Mike as always, and maybe we'll get another guest star in. So guys, have a good week. Good luck on Sunday.
Peace.
See you.